Well, it helps when I don't mute myself. Dag nabbit. All that work and professionalism. Forgot the mute button. Bright red thing in my face and I missed it. Is the music too loud, too soft? What do you, compared to my voice? It's hard to tell every time I start it. I think I have a way to do it now, but I want to make sure it works. I don't know. I don't want it to be overpowering, but I also don't want it to be me only hearing it. Okay, cool. Oh, I think my voice is about twice as loud as the song, so I think we're good. It's louder on my end because the mic doesn't pick it up, but I want to hear it. Anyway, so did a bunch of crap in the last week, especially over this weekend. I slept half the weekend of my 4 days, and I worked on this the other 4 days, and murdered some people in Sea of Thieves. But other than that, so quite a few things finished and got changed. I think some of the key things that changed, I'm just going to go into here and do a history because I'm not going to remember everything. It would have been this one. So dismiss, come on. So I have removed the word MMO from all of my documentation because I don't want to call it that. It's now more of shared state. It's a world, it's a shared world, but I don't want it to say MMO because I don't want to give the impression that you can real time see people moving around you. That's not what this is. I also added a couple caveats to this that I wanted to. One of them I talked about off stream. You know about it, Wire, about not adding content that makes other content irrelevant. So I've explicitly stated in this guy now. I think it's at the end. Or is it under here? It's one of these documents I added it. There's something in here about what not to do, and one of those is to make content irrelevant. So I'm explicitly, if I start coding something and when I have Claude Code review it, no, it's not on that one, but when I have it review it, or if I'm having a chat with it or whatever, it will point it out if it thinks something could be doing that. Because I don't want to do that. It's already in my head, so I shouldn't do that. Oh, Alf, I just poked you in the eye. Chill. That's because you farted, huh? Okay. Well, then screw you. The other thing was something I was watching something Sunday, and they made an interesting comment about how they were going to avoid the whole, if I don't want to support servers for this anymore, personally, the game just doesn't die. And he had a pretty interesting. He's another streamer. He's starting his own game studio, building a game. You'll be interested in this, Wire, that it's a Final Fantasy, a Phantasy Star successor, not Phantasy Star New Genesis or that crap, but more like Phantasy Star, the original one. They're wanting to make, or they've already got money and seed money to make. I think they said they've already got like 10 million in seed money for it, to make a successor to Phantasy Star of that type. And I'll just pull it up. Give him credit where credit is. It's called magicfinestudio.com. Is that what it is? Nope. Studios? Yeah. magicfinestudios.com. They don't have much on here yet. They haven't really announced it much on here. He said that they were going to, they are, he's very much affiliated with GCX. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. gaming convention in the US. It started from Destiny, a bunch of Destiny people, and it's turned into just an overall gaming event. And they're going to do some Destiny fan stuff around this year as well. But at this in July, I think he said they're going to try to either this year or next year. I forget if it was this year or next year, but they're going to at least announce the name of the game and the game of the name, the name of the game, and what it is. But they're expecting probably some sort of demo, like a slice of life demo, every top to bottom system that you can, not everything, but all of the main systems in there. In a couple years, and then probably 3 or 4 years they'll have the final release. They don't want to do the whole early access bullshit nonsense that everybody loves. But this is his studio. The streamer is King Gathalion. Twitch.tv/King Gathalion. So this guy, if you want to follow him, he got 1 million followers. He's pretty big now, but he's the one doing it. He was on a show called Dropped Frames on Sunday that I watched. But they're making a spiritual successor to it that's supposed to be more like what everybody wanted for Phantasy Star 2 or whatever you want to call it. But one of the things they mentioned in there was they don't want to worry about the whole don't kill games effort that's been going on in recent years. And then just in general, not being douchey about it. Like, oh, we're going to stand it up and then we're going to stop supporting it in a year because we don't have the money to, because it's not as big as we wanted it to be. Right. So he described a little bit of a thing where you'll be able to export your character to a private server to your local machine and just play with it if you so choose. You cannot put it back on live servers, but you can take it down off live servers if you so choose. And I was thinking about that for this, and I really think I could do that with this too. And I think that'd be a good compromise for, I want this to be a lot of people playing it in a shared world, but if it doesn't turn out to be, and I'm just spending money on me playing it alone or a few people and it's just not a big deal, give the options. So one of the big things I changed was character and your items and even the world itself as it was generated on the live server can be exported and imported into a local version of the server. And then every bit of the server could be run locally on your machine or a cloud host, wherever you want to host it. It doesn't matter. It's not going to have requirements for third-party authentication services. It's not going to have odd requirements. If you can run Docker desktop on your computer or your host, or you have Docker available in the cloud with AWS or Azure or whatever, you can run it. So that's, I spent a lot of time Sunday and yesterday just going through all of that and hashing all that out. So I got the whole self-hostability section here. So all of that's kind of, every time I have a conversation with Claude, it will remind me if I try to do something I'm not. I also have this for the documentation of my own purposes, just so I know about it. But yeah. So but what you do offline, they can't server authoritatively tell you, say that you did it correctly, so you can't bring it back, right? So that's it's a one-way street. You can take it out, but once you take it out, you can't put it back, because then I don't know what you did with it. And the same thing was going to apply with his game and everything. So, so that was one of the big structural things that I kind of worked out this weekend that I was concerned about. I was like, I don't expect this to be a big game. I'm doing this for fun. I'm doing this as a passion project, not to make a bunch of money. If I make a bunch of money, great. If I don't, great. But if somebody does play it and does like it, I want to give them a route to be able to continue playing it if I don't want to support it anymore. So that's built in. It was already done at line when I was going through all the tech stack and everything. I could already do all of that because I was already basing it off of Docker images. Postgres is a open source database, so you don't have to pay for it. Everything was free if you wanted to host it locally. To scale it, it doesn't turn out to be free. It's not going to be free, right? There's scaling factors, but I don't have to pay a dime to develop this and test it locally until I'm ready to put it out somewhere for somebody to use it. So that's the idea. Yeah, true. Probably once you get to a hackable state, that's probably when they stop letting you put it back online, right? Um, I know another recent game I know of that did something similar was uh, why am I drawing a blank on the RPG that did it? Where's Steam? Where the hell Steam? There it is. I think it starts with an L. Last Epoch. Yeah, Last Epoch did that where you can play offline or you can play online, but you can't take your offline player online. You can go the other way around. Because they don't know what weird loot you hacked into that game at that point, right? So might totally break things. And then you'd be able to trade it to other people, and that wouldn't be cool. So yeah, so that was a big thing. As you can see in the game design document, a lot of stuff was added. I kind of hashed out a lot more. We'll go through the tech stack in a minute because I made some tweaks there as well. But um, just some more stuff. I one of the things about making it the ability to play offline is I had to think about all the different mechanics in the game and systems in the game to see, okay, what works and what doesn't work. If you say you play it, go play it solo, right? How does it work solo versus having multiple people or just a couple people, right? Um, so things like the bartering system, I want it. You can still have a bartering system, but if you only have one person, there's nothing to set any type of bartering value. So there's going to be some, I've called them NPC barter anchors that kind of get you going, right? That can set a baseline, and then players can build off of that if they so choose. If they don't, you're sticking with the NPC system, right? So there's some balancing that have to go into doing that, but that'll make it work for private related things, private servers if you so choose. Um, but everything else pretty much was like, well, yeah, so you gain some knowledge that nobody else has, but you have it and nobody else is on your server, so I don't have to propagate it anywhere. You just have it now. It doesn't change how the system works. It just doesn't have anywhere to propagate it to anymore. So, um, so yeah. So most of the stuff seemed to work well with that change of not really so much direction, but that new requirement that I added to it. So, um, I also made some notes about because I wanted to make sure, since it's not technically an MMO, it's a shared world. I wanted to make it still kind of feel alive if you were playing with other people. So being able to see how many people were around you, or like a heat map of the whole world to see where people were congregating and things like that. That kind of stuff. That I didn't want it to be that there was zero player positional information, but I didn't. But I also didn't want it to be where you could see down to the pixel where they were. That's too far down. So I kind of hashed that out a bit. What other stuff did I go through in here? Character import export, or it's not really import. It'd be import because you have to import to your local server, but export from live. Um, but how that has to get, what you'd have to get out of that. So you'd have to get your character, you'd have to get your items, you have to get all your skills. All of that stuff would have to be serializable and exportable. So um, I made some notes for when we're designing all the different systems, that the thing, whatever we end up calling it, we don't have to define the lore on it yet. We don't have to define what it's called yet, but I need to ask the question, does it affect this system? So when I'm building loot, could it affect loot? Yes. How? What are those hows? Build the hooks and make sure that it can do it. And then once the lore is defined, I can tweak namings of things and stuff like that, but at least I don't have to go rework entire systems to do it. It's only 91. That's fine. It's been raining here for the past week. It's still raining. I might have an opportunity tomorrow to cut the grass so it doesn't turn into a jungle, but you'll be fine. I I did hear from about this from Wire this weekend and Mort this weekend, and then also heard from somebody else that it's just that's from America that was like this heat is just weird. It doesn't feel like a Texas heat or a southeast heat or a desert heat or any heat. It's just different. It's a different heat. He didn't say it was worse or better than any of those. It was just another shitty way of having heat. So, um, yeah, exactly. And I could describe hot brutal day in Georgia the same way. It's just different flavors of hell is all it is. Nobody wants to be in it. um, but yeah, 91 isn't a very high temperature. I mean, it's hot, but we get in the mid to upper 90s easily into the hundreds at times before heat index. Add the heat index of all the humidity on top of that, we're 110 to 120. It's stupid. You're breathing water when you walk outside. But just a different hell than the UK hell. Um, yeah, Florida can get there easily. And Florida's is different because it's a peninsula and it has water on both sides, so it changes how that heat feels. It's definitely stickier. Um, and yeah, and that's not my fault that you don't have AC. If I didn't have AC, it'd probably feel just as shitty here in the summers. And there's a lot of people here that don't have AC. A lot of people that aren't as funded as I am that don't have AC. There's a lot of parts of Atlanta that are AC is non-existent, and I can't even imagine what that's like in the dead heat of the summer. But yeah, I mean, I know it. It's Chunky was saying it was like 75 in his house this weekend. I looked over at my thermostat and it was 73 here, but it was like 90 outside. So I get it. I get the difference. I'm not oblivious to it. Um, this AC is not cheap. These two AC units I had installed last year cost me $25,000 to install. And then you can definitely tell when they're running in the summer versus not because my electric bill goes up by about $100 every month. So it's not cheap. AC is not cheap. It's definitely a luxury. I heard something from my neighbor when I was last year before I bought my car that I have, the hybrid that I have. He was saying that it sounded like that his hybrid Honda Accord won't run AC solely on battery for very long at all. Because he said, "Oh, you got to make if you're trying to hypermile it, you got to make sure you either in the heat. Are you gonna just deal with no AC and roll the windows down, or are you gonna just let the engine run?" And I was like, "Okay." I turn my car on and the AC just turns on with no engine. It doesn't care. It's just electricity. um, but rocket launch well. Rocket launch well. Rocket launch went well. Um, it it went up. It didn't blow up on the pad. It had a few small issues. Um, it wasn't expected to be perfect, but it did its job. They got a lot of good information out of it. It went way better than the first flight of V1, and it went way better than the first flight of V2. So, improvements. And it wasn't anything catastrophic that happened. It was just, well, this is teething issues with all new everything. So, they will optimize it for the next flight, I'm sure. Um, oh, there it is. I knew I had it somewhere. So, uh, no zone obsolescence. I can't claim to come up with all these words. I told Claude this is what I want, and I gave it some documentation of what I wanted, and it made me sound like a smart person. So, there are things I've read all of this. Like I've read every single word of this, and I don't have, I've tweaked things, but I can't claim to have written all of this by hand because me no smart like that anymore. I used to be, not anymore. But like no level, no zone level scaling, and that came from. I hate that bit about WoW because everything scales to your level as you're leveling, and you never feel like you're getting powerful. It's just always the same, and that feels like garbage. So no zone leveling. If you are in, and there's not even really zone levels. Period. It's just like what you're fighting. For example, if you're fighting a mob that's a higher level than you, it's going to be harder. If you're fighting a mob that's a lower level than you, it's going to be easier. You should be able to feel powerful. Why do you hate America? Where did that come from? What did I say to hate America? I mean, well, okay. There are plenty of reasons to hate the politicians in America, but all of us in America are not bad. uh, I do my job and vote for non-idiots. I did that last week, best I can. We will wait until November and the midterms to see if hopefully we can take some power away from him in Congress at least. But um but anyway, so the and not this isn't the only thing. Material demand, there'll be stuff you need to gather while you're there, or just higher level stuff you can gather. The towns will be useful even at higher levels, where you can discover skills and it having a skill. You don't have to go to a certain zone to use a skill or have to get a skill to go to a certain zone. It's just you might use it in different ways in different zones. Rare events can be and treasure can be anywhere. So try just some ideas that I already had that I put down just to make sure I don't make it like not everybody's going to start in the same spot, but say there's a big congregation in this one settlement, and then as people level, they go away and further away, and they never come back. I don't want that to happen. I want there to be a reason to be anywhere. Um, I don't want the heat map to be this big blob up in the top corner here that's red and nobody anywhere else in the world because this is where everybody wants to be at that level. That's not fun. Well, that's not you don't hate America because we say Birmingham and you say I can't even say it. My God, you know how you say it. It's not Birmingham. Um, I can't get the word out. My brain isn't functioning today, clearly. Um, it's not my fault. we 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 didn't. It was people from from England that came over and named these places. It wasn't us. I didn't name these things. I also did not name the city I live in. I would have definitely named the city I lived in something else. But and I'm not saying Atlanta. Atlanta's pretty. I mean, pretty unique. There's a lot of them, I'm sure, around the country and world. But for a big city, when you say Atlanta, that's the U.S. Atlanta and probably not another Atlanta. But there was there's all up in the Northeast has tons of cities and towns named after English cities. But so yeah, so that was the big changes to the game. They're not earth shattering, but they were things that I really wanted to figure out and work out before I went too far. So then the rest of it is most of it's pretty much in place, but I don't know that we've ever really gone over Let me get out of history because this is brutal. Just look at it in here. So kind of nail out all of the technical stack stuff. So I was going to use Azure DevOps because I have it for free with Visual Studio, but it's really enterprise driven, and Claude code integrates with GitHub way better and much easier. Everything integrates with GitHub better. So it's just we just switched to that for source control and CI/CD stuff. Continuous integration, continuous deployment. If you're not aware what CI/CD stands for, we're still going to use .NET Core, .NET 10 for the server and the API. SignalR is part of it for real-time pushes out for rare notifications or chat notifications or whatever that stuff is. Database is still Postgres. It's just open source and easy. And I literally stood up a database server by typing a command in a Docker Compose file, and it magically has a Postgres SQL server working. So speaking of Docker, that's our containers, Docker and Docker Compose. That's just everywhere. You can put that anywhere you want to, run that locally, whatever. I can test it all locally. Don't have to go anywhere with it. This isn't a huge deal, the ORM. Well, Entity Framework and Dapper for database integration from .NET rather than making my own data layer, data integration layer. And then originally I was going to do Godot.net, and then I was doing some more research on it and discovered that the .NET isn't so great, the integration with it. It works, but it kind of limits you in a lot of ways. And then all of the examples I could find were in their GD script, which is basically Python. So I just said, F it, we're going to go to Godot standard GD script stuff. So, and it's not gosh darn script, that's Godot script. So we made a couple little tweaks there as I went through it. So on top of that, if I go back to the to-do thing, obviously the repo's critical because we're in it right now. All the docs are out there. We've got our branches set up. The solution is for the server is set up. So if we come over here, we've got our solution for, I'm going to close all these, playing with all this crap. For the API layer, the core, the data, the migrator. The migrator is the thing that tells the Postgres container how to upgrade the database as we make changes and then test. So that's our solution on the server side of things. And then where'd it go? So we've got our initialization script for our Postgres database. That's run once when I stand up the container that creates the database, the users, the credentials, all that stuff is set up. We got a Docker Compose that knows how to create what you see here. So we've got, well, it's none of it's running right now, but it creates an infra migrator, infra server, and a Postgres image, and then we'll run them in containers. So I can literally go in here and do Docker Compose, not up, and detach. Oh, infra. So it will create my infrastructure, my server-side infrastructure, get it all started. And now if I come over to Docker Compose, I've got the migrator starts and stops because it runs, it sees if it needs to upgrade anything on Postgres, and then stops when it's done. So I've got a database server running, and I've got my API layer / backend processes layer running. So easy peasy, it's running and working. And I can stop all that stuff now. So that layer is in place. So that's the Docker file for the server and the migrator. That's all done. These are little bitty things, readmes. We've got GitHub actions now, so every time I commit anything, it will validate that my client from Godot and everything builds. It will validate that the server, the API, all that stuff builds, and that I can actually deploy it. So it will validate all of that stuff when I make any changes. So that's in. And that was it. That was the setup of the infrastructure. The last thing that I have to do that's not on this list, is just as I needed to get it done, was I need to go in to here and make some labels and milestones and all the issues for our implementation plan. So our implementation plan being, I don't know why I'm doing it this way. I just go back into here. In their docs in here. So phase 1, 2, 3, 4, the bajillion stuff in 4, 5, and 6, all the different items in there have tracking, so I know where I'm at and I know what is done and what isn't done and everything. So, I had Claude basically rip all this stuff out and build me some of that yesterday. I haven't put it in there yet, but so it has built out all of those issues with descriptions and everything about every single one of them. Thank God I got to type all this stuff. And then it tells me you got to create these labels first and these milestones, create everything, and then it tells me exactly what to do. And I'm just going to tell Claude, do all of this stuff, please. And it'll do all that stuff in GitHub for me. This is the crap that AI is actually good at doing. When you tell it explicit instructions, it'll just do it. So we're going to do that today. But that's the last thing that I can think of that we really need to do before we get going on figuring out what a character is, figuring out what a loot item is, figuring out what a mob is, and start building those this phase 1 stuff, the data schemas, to be able to define what land blocks are, what properties do they have, what a mob is, what an item is, character, skill, what is all that stuff that we have. Because that's going to drive everything after that. So part of this will be defining what those are, and then taking those definitions and building tables and structures in the database that can store that information. So that's step 1. And then we can start, then we go in the world generation, which will be more, you can see it happening rather than it's, oh, I got stuff in a database now. I got tables and functions and procedures to access that stuff. So, but it's got to happen. Otherwise, nothing else works. So, the other part of that kind of happened throughout. That's wrong. It's right here, but it's wrong here. Claude. So we'll edit that. I think there was another one. It wasn't. It's not Claude's fault. I only asked it to look at the README and to do. I didn't have it look at this one for some reason. I don't remember why. It's my fault. It's not Claude's fault. So we can fix that really quick. Docs. So this is the thing. So part of all of this was to kind of work out our instructions to Claude. So this Claude.md file, this markdown file, will be read every session that I have with Claude. And it's basically rules that it must follow. It will read this and remember it. If I dig into something that's more detailed, it will dig into that something that's more detailed wherever the document says it is. So if it needs to go to the implementation plan, it knows where that is. The game design document. So this kind of got fleshed out as I was figuring things out and setting up Postgres and setting up Docker and all that stuff. All this stuff got figured out and hashed out. But we'll get that in the next commit. So The other thing I had it do, so I wouldn't lose things, is I built a skill ADR format. So ADR, for anybody that's not aware, is this architectural decision record. And what this is you don't do this for every little decision you make. You do this for decisions that are, and it tells you here what they are, but for important things that you cannot deviate from, or very large things that if it is not designed correctly, it affects everything else. Or major decisions that you have open. So this is something we kind of do at my current job. We do feature design, but we don't really fill one of these out that answers a set of questions. But anyway, this thing will, if I'm doing something and I'm having a conversation with it, and it says, this seems like this is something we should make a decision for and put in ADR, this skill will let it format it in the format I want it in with all the information that I want in there. And this looks all nice and fancy for human readable, and it is, but because it's a markdown file, if I just look at the code view of it, it's something that Claude can read just as easily and understand. So, I built a skill that does this, and I already had it go through. There were 6 big ones that I already made that I have ADRs in here for now. It's like the server authoritative turn resolution. That's the thing that makes the server is God. Everything else, if the client says something and the server doesn't agree, the server's right. So, so it explains what the context of it is, what the final decision was, and what the consequences of this decision are. So, what does it make easier? What does it make harder? What does it rule out because of this? Right. So, so I've done that with 6 things that I already gone over. So the server authoritative thing, this is the thing that says I can use third-party SSO, but it must translate into a server-owned JWT, which is a token that's used for authentication that I can control on the server. So what this does is allows a private server to exist without having to be required to authenticate with Google or Facebook or Twitter or whatever the hell it is you want to authenticate it with. So, all right, Midnight, have a good evening. Sleep well. I didn't hear about your exams, but hopefully they all went well. You passed your English. You can speak English well. You can speak English good. um, so this is kind of decoupling authentication from third party so that you can host it locally and it still work. So you don't have to use SSO. SSO being single sign-on. This was the self-hostability that we talked about. So being able to host it and what that changes. This was an interesting one because I really had to, every time I knew in my head exactly what I wanted. I'd written down exactly what I wanted, but every time I talked about the world generation, AI, be it Claude or ChatGPT or anybody, kept going to this thing of, oh, you're going to have a seed that you seed your world off of. I'm like, no, I'm not going to have a seed that I seed the world off. This isn't Minecraft. This is completely randomly generated at the time of generation. There's nothing that will tell it what it should look like. So I had to make sure that it was clear what this meant, and that because it's an infinitely sized world, you can't say, oh, here's a seed and it's going to generate the exact same thing when you go to it, because people may go to the different areas in different orders at different times on a brand new server, and it's going to generate something different. So there is no seed. So I had to kind of drill this into Claude to go, stop talking about world seeds. We're not doing that. Get over it. And this is kind of drive that point home. We talked about the NPC barter anchors a little bit. This is a smaller one. Just some way to make it so that if you don't have any other players, you still have a bartering system. And then this was terrain as public knowledge. it's a weird title. Terrain's treated as public knowledge because there's data that you don't want to expose to the user on how something works. And a lot of times it's okay, what terrain am I looking at over here in 15 land blocks away from me? Sometimes some people might want to hide that for discoverability purposes, but my idea is I don't want to hide that. If we've discovered a world, I'm treating it as if anybody can look at a map and see where something is. It doesn't mean they can instantly teleport there. It just means you can see it. So I want that to be public. And having that public opens up being able to export that to your private server if you so choose. Like if you want to export your character and export the current world so you have basically the current state of the terrain of the world and not have to rediscover everything and have a completely different experience, you can do that, right? So that's why it's being treated as public knowledge so that I don't have to worry about obfuscating that in all of the network layer and transmitting of data between things. It doesn't matter. If they find out that 10 blocks away there's some water, I don't care. They can look at a map and see that there's water on there. It's public knowledge. So so that was that one. So anytime we have major things that are going to drive the direction of something, that's what these are going to be created for now. And I just have to say, hey, make an ADR for it, and it knows from this skill how to make an ADR for it. So so that's all set up. I also went through, obviously I set up Docker. Docker's running and working and it does its thing. Godot is set up. I created the initial client. There's nothing in here, but it's all 2D. Like you can do 3D with this. I'm not going to do 3D because I ain't got a shit clue how to do it. In this modern stuff, 2D I can figure out. That's about a coordinate system. That's easy. I say it's easy and it's going to be a pain in the ass, but we'll get there. But this is all set up. I made a test scene and compiled it and ran it, and it output that it did something. So that all works. So Godot's all set up. What else? So yeah, I think that's about it. Just look through this other stuff and see if anything else I forgot about. Went through all that stuff. That's our client. Just in case people aren't familiar with it, all these dot files are different things that tell GitHub or Docker what to ignore, how you're configured. Editor configuration in this case is for Godot. But like git ignore, for example, tells me all this top part just is, this is stuff you should ignore for Visual Studio projects. So all the server side stuff, this is just telling it, ignore things, for example, that are, we'll go to some simple ones at the beginning. Anything in the debug folder, release folder, the bin folders, the object folders, ignore all that stuff. I don't care. That shouldn't go to source control. That is created when you build the project. So it ignores all of that stuff, along with a bunch of other things. Visual Studio loves to make tons of artifacts that don't need to go in source control. So it's very long. You don't get to something that's not Visual Studio until there's some VS Code things here. It's a couple of them. But then down here, so everything, 429 lines of crap for Visual Studio. And then Godot's got a few exclusions that it needs to exclude. Docker has some, and JetBrains. I'm not using Writer, so it's in there though, whatever. Docker ignore is similar. It needs to, when you're building, when you tell it to, so the way the Docker, server? No. Yes. No. Infra. So the way Docker Compose stuff works. Oh no, it's this Docker file. So Docker Compose tells you what your different bits are. Then you have Docker files that tell you how to make those bits. So You pull an SDK from Microsoft. Your working directory is the source folder, so it's going to be up here. This is for the server. So it's looking in, well, it's just making my work directory source, and then it's saying copy server. It's copying the solution file, all the project files, and the stuff underneath them. And then it does a restore to get the NuGet packages all restored. And then it copies everything from server to my current working folder. And then it does this. And all of these copies will look at this Docker ignore and go, okay, if this folder exists or this folder exists or these noise things exist, don't copy those into my build because they might screw something up. So an example, .NET will, when you do restore NuGet packages on your local machine, it will put references to where those are in a Windows file system format in the object folder. And then when you're running it in Visual Studio, it'll work great. But when Docker goes and does its restore, it's basing it off of Linux paths. And if it takes this object folder and sees there's a reference to a Windows path, it doesn't know what that means and it breaks. It thinks it already has a definition for where to get that package and it breaks. So by ignoring that, it won't pull those in anymore. And it will just go, oh, I got to go get a package and put it where it needs to put it and understand it. So similar ignore thing for Docker. You can ignore certain folders to keep them out of the Docker files. And then this is just a thing for Godot. These 2 bits are Godot related things so that they do things right. So yeah, so that's what those guys are, just for a little very, very high level of those. There's a lot of stuff that can go into them, but it just depends on what your project is. So, okay. So there's our update. That only took almost an hour, but that's fine. That was the intent. So the next thing I need to do is I need to get this stuff, these labels and milestones and issues all created. Now we're going to see how fast we can do this, because I should be able to just tell Claude, do this shit, call it a day. So if I come into Claude Code, new session, we are in main. Do I have this stuff in main? Where did I put this stuff? It's in my downloads folder. That's not going to work. It's in this README. Oh, that can go away. Oh, the copy. And we're going to stick that in here for now, just so I don't have to make a new project folder. So in theory, I can do this all in one prompt. In theory, we'll see if it works. We'll try it. So I have to tell it a little bit. I'm going to tell it to look at this issues review and say we need to create the labels first. You create the milestones second, and then use those milestone numbers when creating the issues in this. So there's like this milestone phase 4 core systems is this phase 4 core systems here. So whatever this ID ends up being when it creates it, that's what it needs to put here. Those are labels. And then I have to tell it after you create the issues, the first 3 decides, this bit here. The first 2 have references and a couple later issues. So I need to update those to be the issue number for that decide. So I think I can probably tell Claude Code to say, read this document, create the labels, the milestones and issues, and update the decide issues per those directions with all the definitions of the issues in this JSON file. Should be all I have to do. I've already authorized GitHub. So in the, what is it called? Brain issues review markdown. What? You're shocked that a game dev doesn't play games? I play games too. I just try to not do it constantly. All doing this is because I play games, because I haven't found a game that I want to play, and this is the game I want to play. So all game devs play. Some play more than others. I don't know who you're talking about. I know of some that are on Twitch. So some have good reputations, some have other reputations. Some have a little bit bigger egos than others. Are the ones that you're talking? Do they just say they're game devs but they never actually show them doing work on stream? Which sometimes I can understand. You want to keep it hidden, like you don't want people to see what you're doing. I don't care. This is a little passion project of mine that I've been thinking about for years. So, I welcome anybody to say, well, that sounds stupid. I mean, I take that back. Don't put it in those words. If you have constructive criticism, that's welcome. I'm probably going to be doing more of these. This is only my, what did I say this was? A season 5, episode 5 of this season, season 1? Yeah. It's only the 5th one of these, but we're just kind of getting through the initial hump of setting up tech stacks and everything. I don't know how long you've been in watching, but we just went over all of this stuff in our implementation plan and everything that's already done and setting up all the tech stack and everything. So the not as fun part. Sure, go for it. Ask any questions you want. I've been a software developer since the 90s, professionally since the 90s, the late 90s. And I'm just doing this on the side for fun. So I'm happy to answer any questions I can. I am not a professional game developer in real life. I write software and I work on a software team. I'm a director at a company, but I don't do games. So this is the first. C++ and HTML. Interesting combination. Because neither of those were the closest thing you get to C++ is JavaScript in the HTML world, obviously. So I can tell you, this is just what I've looked at so far for this is, depending on what kind of money you want to spend. Well, it is in a way. So here's, let me just, I'll step back and tell you about what I'm trying to do here and just kind of give you an idea of what that means. So when you're doing a game, if you're going to have any online aspect to it, like it has to talk to a server, obviously that's going to be a different technology than your front end, right? So like my back end for this is going to be .NET Core, Web APIs, Signal, all that stuff. The game client, though, is what you're talking about on that front end. So if you're doing a single player game, you're not going to worry about the back end as much. You're really going to worry about the front. And I'm trying to go inexpensive. So I'm trying to don't want to spend money on this while I'm building it out to see if it's even worth spending money on, right? So, and it's a 2D game is what you can build 3D with Godot, but it's a 2D. So Godot is free. So this is Godot here. So you can see there's 3D rendering and everything in here, or 2D. Godot can support can support .NET, but not as well as its native script, GD script. GD script in this is Python. So not C++. Python is a completely different animal than C++. But that's Godot. I think, if I remember correctly, C++ is probably more used in things like Unreal and Unity, not being free. So if you're just wanting to do a passion project, I think you can get some Unity and or Unreal for free for a certain type if you're just doing it like internally, maybe. I didn't. Well, let's do this. I'm not AI is not always right. AI is not always right, but let me just compare the languages involved between using Godot, Unreal, and Unity engines for the client application. Let's just ask it. But okay, so while that's doing its answer, with Godot, I'm able to write the stuff in Python in the back end for how things work. But then it will output a web version of it as well. Like it will make it work in a web browser. So that's where HTML is not completely worthless, right? Like now this is going to generate most of the work for you, right? The Godot is going to generate the majority of the code. But knowing HTML helps you tweak that stuff in the end. So HTML is not completely worthless. It just depends on what your platform you want it to run on. So if you want it to run as a Windows application, or you want it to run on a mobile device, be it a phone or a tablet, you want it to run on consoles, where you want it to run, or you want it to run in a web browser, that's going to determine whether HTML is useful or not. So that's going to be the real question that you have to ask is where do you want it to target? And that's, if you say I want to target everything, that's a big scope. I am targeting a Windows app initially, but knowing that Godot can give me a web version of it and a mobile version of it as well in the end. So, so you kind of have to pick what your platform is first. Well, like how do you want this to be? And is it just a client end where you have no server that you have to talk to in the background? Like there's no online component to it, or is there an online component to it, right? That also affects what languages you use. Yeah, and Linux is fun. .NET Core at least lets you build code once for Windows and Linux at the same time now. And you could use C#.NET Core, which is similar to C++. It's like the modern version of C++, right? There's a little more overhead to it, but it does give you that portability between Windows and Linux easily. You don't have to worry about, well, when I interact with the OS, I do it differently on Linux than I do with Windows. .NET Core will deal with that automatically, right? So C# would be at least a relative to C++, right? Is Python worth it? Python's worth it if it works for your scenario. I think one thing that, in my experience, trying to say, I want to use this language for everything, or this is the only language that I want to know, is very limiting. Because one language isn't the best thing for everything. Python is very good at doing numerous different things. Like for example, if I'm running a Lambda function in AWS, Python, 100% easy. If I am doing scripting on a Windows server, I'm using PowerShell. I'm PowerShell 7, not PowerShell, Windows PowerShell. Windows PowerShell can suck my left nut. If I am doing a server application that's a service running on a Windows box or a Linux box, Probably going to look at .NET Core if it's got to be on both. If it's got to be on Windows, .NET for sure. If it's got to be on Linux, opens up a lot of options, a lot of different options there. Maybe I just stay with Python. Maybe I go with some applications even still use Perl these days. That was one of the first languages I ever wrote in was Perl back in the 90s. So it's all about it's all about what you want to do with it. Perl in the big 2026, and there's no A in it, but at least you knew what I was saying. But yeah, so it's all about use case. I think that's the biggest thing that I've found people make mistakes on is should I just do this language and that's it? It's about your use case, what's best for the use case. So going back to your original question of do you want to use where can you use C++? So so looking at this and as the note says at the bottom, Claude is AI and can make mistakes. Please double check. I'm not going to double check much of this stuff. I'm just going to trust that it's probably close, right? So Godot, GD script, that's Python-like. It's Python-like. It's not exactly Python, it's Python-like, so it's close. You can use C#.NET with it. Apparently, you can get a GD extension that does C, C++, Rust, and other things, but not for everything. So there's probably a lot of limitations using C++ in there. So Unity's primary is C++. That's what I thought, or not Unity, Unreal's was C++. That's what I thought. I was pretty confident that Unreal was C++. Unity is C#. I didn't realize it was C#. I thought it was C++. It's matured, apparently. It's the only option for scripting. So yeah, so if you really want to stick with C++, it's Unreal. Now, Unreal is not free, but it does work. It's a scripting. And you got to think about what, and this is, and like I mentioned at the beginning, I am not a game developer. This is the first time I've done this. I've watched enough stuff about it. I've read enough. I've played enough games. I've done enough software development. I understand just general software development concepts. So that's why I just dipping my toe into this. But a lot of what you're coding in games, if it's not a client server model, is the scripting in your engine, right? So if you really like C++, Unreal works. That's what they're using it for. And and you see coming out, their Unreal 6 is coming out with stuff, and that's going to be C++. And the reasoning behind that is it's very fast. That's why it is a big deal. So if you're thinking about making a 3D game and it needs to be very high performance, I mean, you said 3D to 2D, so it's kind of a variant of that. If it needs to be high performance, which most independent games don't need to be, that's why a lot of the independent games you see, they're running Unity or they're running Godot. Well, that's a nice little side-by-side comparison. Claude gets better every freaking day. I swear to God. I see it wants me to launch another update already, and I updated it yesterday. But this is like AAA studios using Unreal, right? Unity, you can get more independent people on there. I see this note down here about a licensed trust risk. Yeah, they tried to pull a fast one on people and say, all your stuff is owned by us now or something like that. And they went back on that really fast because all the indies were like, what? Excuse me? Godot is really, if you're just starting, it's probably, I haven't experienced any of these yet, to be fair, but it feels like it's the simplest to get into, right? So, and like it's a smaller ecosystem, but it's still plenty big ecosystem on there. Unreal is a steep curve. Unreal, I tried looking at it once and I was just like, huh? and I put it away. Unity, I guess, is maybe a little bit better, but it is C sharp, so that's newer. But yeah, I mean, if you're really looking to start, I think so. I kind of went through this with this game that I'm working on that I've just started. I haven't even started writing a line of code yet. All we are doing is getting up. All I have done is gotten to the point where I can run some containers that will contain my database server and will contain my service client code, and that's it. I haven't written any code yet. Sit down and think about what you want to make first, right? Because what you want to make is what's going to drive what you should use. So I know I wanted to make a 2D thing. I know Godot does 3D, but I also know that Godot is very good at 2D compared to these other guys. The other guys are really 3D based. So easy decision to go with Godot. So really think about what you want to do first. And it doesn't have to be like, I know if you look at, for example, my game design document, this is something you can, I would suggest you do. You don't have to do it as filled out as this. This is a very long one at this point because it's very mature. But come up with what you want your game to be, because what you decide you want your game to be is what's going to drive your technology. If you don't need a server, then that puts a bunch of stuff off on the shelf that you don't have to worry about. So what languages do I know? A lot. I don't, like I said earlier, I don't like being somebody that only knows one language. I try to learn stuff for the purpose. So when I was in school in the early 2000s, it was all about C++ then. So I've obviously used C++, C and C++, but I know C sharp. I know VB.NET. I know some Java. I use HTML and JavaScript and CSS for the front end kind of stuff. I know PowerShell and Python for scripting and Lambda functions and stuff like that in AWS. I know some Bash stuff for Linux side of things. I try to be a jack of all trades so that I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I try to make it, I don't want to have to force a language into a solution, right? Ruby, a little bit. I wouldn't say I'm very good at it. I would have to go brush up on it. I've had to touch it a few times in the past, not to any extensive deal. I've done other stuff too that I didn't even mention just because it's so old that I wouldn't even use. But like Cold Fusion, I've used before. I've classic ASP, which is all basically VB at that point. And then just all kinds of different platforms running stuff on. I mean, I've done stuff going back to, oh God, why am I drawing a blank on this? Like a VAX when I was working with the U.S. Air Force on some simulation stuff. I used a VAX, and what we used? Crap, what was the language we used on that? I'm drawing a total blank. I went to a week-long training course on it in New York because I had no clue what I was doing. I don't remember what it was called. Yeah, ancient Egyptian, I mean, you can technically probably write something in that. I don't know. but yeah, I have adjusted what I use to what the use case is, and that's just me. Some people like to do a specific language and just that's the only thing they do. I don't. I like to tinker around with anything that works best. You will find me, now that AI exists, before AI existed, I couldn't just ask a nice little question like this and get an answer that I could go research, right? But I would go do my research and figure out, okay, well, what are people using for doing X, and what's the best thing to use for this type of thing, or what's the easiest thing to use for this thing, instead of just trying to say, well, I'm going to use a C variant everywhere, because it doesn't always work. So yeah, exactly. My neighbor is that way. He worked for uh, Cisco doing Java stuff, and they downsized. He's been looking for a job, and they're all looking for C sharp, or they're looking for Python or stuff like that, or having cloud experience. And he did none of that there. He just was Java in-house stuff only. And it was like, I mean, if that's all your career is, that's one thing, right? If you've been in a career that's driven you down that path to only using one thing, that's hard to get out of, right? That's what you do. If you're good at it and they're paying you for it, great. But if anything happens to that job and you have no other experience outside of Java and no cloud stuff, or C sharp and no cloud stuff, or only AWS, or only Azure, or only Google Cloud, or only X, right? You're very much limited on what your job application pool can be at that point. So it's to each their own, right? My career is different than everybody else's career, and I've chosen to be a jack of all trades. Yeah, no, it is true. You are cooked. I take it you are probably in your older years as I am. I'm in my mid 40s. You might be older than that. Might be around that. I don't know, but I've been around the block enough to know that for me to succeed personally, I need to know a lot of different things. So I'm a director of DevOps right now, so I have to pretty much know anything that I need to do anything. So if there's something that needs to be automated, it might be in some weird. Oh, you're not even 30, so you're calling people that are younglings what in like 18 or so. Oh man, I thought you were older than that. You you acted older, so congrats, you're mature. um, but yeah, I would just I choose to spread my wings and try everything that works. And I mean the other thing too is like database stuff. The primary database I've worked in the last 13 years has been Microsoft SQL Server, and I like it and I hate it, but I am very good at it. I also have used MySQL. I'm going to use here Postgres because I have not used Postgres personally before. I've got a little bit of hands on with it, but not much. So I'm using Postgres here. Um, so I try to try everything, right? So wow, only turned 18, huh? And you're talking about the youngins. Are you just talking about yourself? No, I'm kidding. No, I mean it's just uh it, you gotta I feel like you having a good breadth of knowledge, you can have some expertise in areas, right? Like I would say I'm most comfortable with C sharp. I am most comfortable with Microsoft SQL Server. I am most comfortable with AWS. I mean, I'm certified in AWS, so I better be comfortable in AWS. But that doesn't mean I haven't ever done anything in Azure, and I haven't done anything in other databases or other languages. So I try to touch other things as much as I can when it comes to different technologies. Hi, Alf. Am I talking too much for you? I'm sorry. Alf being my dog. He's off to my left here. You can't see him yet. He might show his face. Yeah, I will say, and maybe you can enlighten me on this because it sounds like you're starting college. You're in the beginnings of college at this point. I don't know um, how much they do this now with, or even if you're in a computer science course. I'm not even sure if you're doing computer science or what you're going to be doing. But when I was in computer science for my major, the course that a lot of people just was like, I care about this stuff, or all the theory based course, like how just your what was it called? I'm drawing a total. My brain is just not coming up with the what's it called, Alf? The thing and the stuff. that makes the stuff work. um, okay, well, that's great. I mean, that's if you just like code, and that's fine. Um, AI is great to help with it, but do not trust anything it gives you. Just let me put that out there because it hallucinates a lot. Um, I'm trying. Part of what I'm doing with this game to stream it is I want to show how to use it responsibly. Um, so when I went through earlier, I don't know if you were here yet, but going through and telling it, here are rules that you must follow by when you're giving me code and things that you must do. Um, setting up AI to work for you. Um, don't just take it for its word. It will, if you give it a very vague thing and say, hey, make this for me, it'll make you something, but it's probably absolute garbage. um, but but courses like algorithms that are just understanding, or compilers or operating systems, understanding what the languages are doing and why. I might be, for example, in operating systems, for example, we wrote down to the assembly level what the thing should do and how it handles memory and how it can talk to the CPU and does mathematics. And like I wrote a screensaver in assembly. But it's really good to understand the concepts of why you're doing what you're doing, because if you understand the why of how the underlying systems work, you can take that knowledge to any programming language. You don't have to know a specific language for that stuff to apply. Like, I understand how printing a string or storing a string in memory works, and it works the exact same way in every language because they all compile down to assembly at some point, right? So I can tell when I'm doing something like, well, this is going to be horrible for memory. I shouldn't do it this way, even though this is a .NET code, for example, or Python. I just know that doing this is going to be bad. so, um, so I would, that would be my advice, is just try to understand what you want to do first and then pick technology that helps you do that the best way. Don't force a language into it. If you got to learn a new language, just take it as a learning experience. It's good to learn something new. If we stop learning and we rely on AI for everything, then we're going to become a very dumb society. So I don't rely on AI for anything. I appreciate that it makes some of my mundane tasks less painful, but I don't. I use my brain. I look at everything it gives me back and interpret it and make sure it's valid. I mean, programming Doom in assembly isn't a bad thing to say you did, but it wouldn't be your biggest accomplishment in life. Doom isn't that complicated of a game to begin with. It's funny thinking about old games and how little memory and disk and CPU power they had to work with, and how tiny those really were. No, I mean, it's not an achievement. I wouldn't call it an achievement because you're basically just replicating something that's already been done. Yeah, Doom wasn't programmed in assembly, but it exists already. If you make a if you make something that brings people joy, so or it helps somebody. So, for example, my job helps people that aren't financially able to do certain things. I'm not going to go into details because I don't want to dox myself, but it makes people be able to do things that they couldn't do normally. And this kind of thing for me, this passion, this game isn't going to be something is not going to be my legacy. I mean, it could become my legacy if it like succeeds, which I don't expect it to, but in case it does, you never know. But it's not, hey, I made this really cool thing. What I want to be remembered for is, hey, I brought joy to somebody's life. Because I did X, right? And if I can say I did that, whether it was a 5 people or 5 million people, it brought joy to somebody's life. So I look at it that way. I don't look at it at the level of what I technically did. Because what I technically did is I didn't invent the programming languages I'm using. I didn't invent the tools that I'm using. The only thing I have come up with is the idea for this game. Then I have to implement it with existing technology. But if I can make somebody have joy out of that, that's a win. So, you want to become a Buddha? I want to move to the middle of nowhere, not see my neighbors or other people except for once every other month when I go into town with a giant cooler and buy supplies for the next 2 months and then leave. That's my goal. Just me and Doggo. You want to say hi, boy? Where's my camera? Can I see it? Come here. Come here. Come say hi. Come here. Say, here you go. Here's your head. You want to lick my arm? Yeah. There we go. There you go. Yeah. Are you happy? So, my goal every day, and I've told this to many people on stream before, is to make one person laugh. If I can make one person laugh every day, I have succeeded. So, hump up. So, but yeah, everybody has different goals in life. Everybody has different desires. As long as you're not hurting people, just chase those dreams. That's all you can do. Hi, bud. Hi, Mr. L. Yeah, you need some head scratchies? You shove your face into my chest? All right. All right. So, but yeah, no, I will be working on this thing for the next few, who knows? I don't know what that few is. Probably more than months. It's probably going to be years. It might not be. AI will make this go faster, I think. Just because like I said, I don't have to do all of the grunt work that I would have had to do by hand normally. I will be reviewing everything and building it in little pieces and all of that. So we're going to see it beginning to end. But he is a golden doodle, actually, and poodles can get to be about 100 pounds. So he is a medium golden doodle. He's about 50 pounds. So he was a medium breed poodle in him, and then a golden retriever. So, but yeah, he's got the poodle eyes for sure, don't you, boy? And you don't shed, and I really much appreciate that. He's smaller than my last dog. My last dog was, I don't even know what breed he was because he came from the Humane Society. But he was about 90 pounds, so almost twice his size. But he was so much calmer. Golden Doodle's got some energy. My last dog was much calmer, but twice his size. Yeah, I'm talking about you, aren't I, boy? Yeah. Do I need to look at, where's my phone? Do I need to look at the radar, boy, and see if it's raining or not? Doesn't sound like it is, but it does say storms continuing through 9 p.m., so that's not a good sign for you. Let's see, are we in a hole in the weather first? Because he does want to go pee. We are a hole in the weather right now. All right. Well, since I have about 5 minutes before a thunderstorm hits, let him out. I'll leave this stuff up, but all right, cool. Well, thanks for stopping by. Drop me a follow if you haven't already. And we'll be doing this stuff for a while. probably gonna be doing more of these streams than I have been. More of this, less games, and to work through this. So you're welcome to follow along and ask any questions about your project, and we can do some stuff together. So thanks for stopping by. And for everybody else, I'm going to take a quick break, let the doggo out, and I will be back in a couple minutes. So see you in a few. All right. Well, that's trying to see what was behind my head on stream, and it's this little clawed robot looking dude. But I had some weird green screen thing going on. All right. We have empty bladders. Time to make our issues. So we are going to say in that markdown file, there are instructions for making labels, milestones, and issues based off those two, as well as 3 decision issues that should be made first and have their the links updated to the proper issue. in later issues. The details of those issues are in issues.json. Do not use the details that are in the markdown file for the issues. The details are in the JSON file instead. All right, so we're going to do. Oh, hit the right button here. Please create all the labels, milestones, and issues in GitHub for this repo. Now we're going to plan mode only and see what it comes up with. There we go. Now we sit and take a nap. What was that, Alf? You're just checking to see if you can get to GitHub. Okay. Get the label list, get the milestone list. Hi. Are you happy now? You got your pea in and you got your greenie. What more do you want? Huh? Unfortunately, it just looks like I'm staring to my left or their right on the screen. But I'm not. I'm looking at you because you're right in my face. Excellent. Oh, I'm doing that. Do 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 do. Brown brown. Sit down and change it out. Alfie, what are you doing? Can't you just come sit and be chill? You get so crazy after you eat something. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. What are you, my hero, Al? Is that why you're getting your tail all excited? All right, let's see its plan. All right, define the full GitHub project structure for this. 47 labels. Holy, really? Is it 47? Line 46. Not 47. "32 topic plus 13 phase tag labels not in the review doc, but present in the JSON." Wait, what? Wait, did it? Oh. These are not in the what? And this is where, yeah, they're not in there at all. Interesting. Okay, so it said what? 32 topic and 13 phase tags. So this is Alf. You dummy. Why doesn't this tell me how many lines I have selected? Notepad++ tells me how many lines I have selected. Now I got to do math. This is line 15. That's line 46. That's 32. Yep. So the phases then. Okay. So it's doing the A, B, C, D through H on phase 4. There goes my hero. What? Alf, come here. Come sit with me. Don't snort at me. Come sit. All right. So we've got. So that makes sense. They're going to use standard blue. What is standard blue? Let's see. Issues, labels. Is that blue? No. What is that blue? Nope, that's not what I wanted to copy. It is not letting me copy that. 1D76DB. 1D76DB. That is a different blue. It's a darker blue than that blue. So that one's a more teal. This is more blue. I guess that works. I don't care. I'm not going to use, I already deleted some of these already. Probably not going to end up using these anyway, unless I actually write bugs up. That's probably the only one I'll end up making. Probably. I'm going to leave these here because these sound good, but they're not necessarily things I'm using right now. So, all right. Now, those color hexes, were those defined in here? Just this. Okay. So it's saying, let's do this. So decision is red, and it's picking that as a red. This is an RGB hex, so that's mostly red, but there's a little bit of green and blue in there. D7 3A 4A. D7 3A 4A. D7 3A 4A. It looks very similar to that one. It is exactly that one. Okay. Well, worst case, we tell it to edit the edit these and change the colors in mass, but I'm going to trust that it picked a decent hex value. And to be fair, none of these colors matter. None of them matter at all, except for blocker. I mean, it makes sense for these to be red, these two to be red. That's the decision. That's a blocker. This is a different color red, a slightly different red, but that makes sense to be slightly redder there. Combat's red. Okay, whatever. It had some rhyme for its reason. I will just go with it because I don't want to come up with another color scheme unless they really tick me off. So, all right. So then, no native milestone exists. No, what? Were you lying to me, chat? Hold, hold, hold. Sorry for the squeaky. He found his favorite toy. He's going to start whining with it in his mouth. He's going to bring it downstairs and whine with it, staring at me and squeaking it. Hi. Yeah? You got your toy? You squeak it? Yeah? Or are you just going to stare at me with your toy in your mouth? You're weird, Alf. No. It's okay, Mr. Alf. Did you hear some thunder? He's giving my hand a bath at the moment. Yeah, it's okay, boy. It's okay. Yeah. Or my hand's not clean enough for you? Is that what it is? Are you He's grabbing on my arm and pulling it toward him. What? It's okay. You're fine. Yeah, you good? You happy now? You happy? You're so nervous with thunder, Alfie. It's okay. All right, so I swear it said you could create milestones. I'm grabbing my phone as my mouse, and that's not my mouse. So GitHub issue create. You good? Better, boy? Yeah. I swear it said it could do it. All right, let's go back. So GitHub label create works. Yeah, you happy now, boy? You feel safe that you've licked the crap out of my hand? No native GitHub milestone command exists. Okay. Well, we'll see if it works. Other worst case, I tell it to correct it. None of this stuff matters if it's all wrong. I'll just tell it to delete everything and start over if I have to. All right. And then create decision issues first. Issues 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Create these 3 in order using create. They will receive get numbers number 1, 2, and 3 respectively. That will become 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think that's right. Let me go here. Decide skill throttle issue number. So what did it say here? Decide skill throttle issue number, replace with number 2. Ah, yes, yes. Okay, this is right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Great issues that. Okay. After all issues are created, verify the top 50. I don't even remember how many it said there was. There was 32. Come on up, boy. Come sit. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. It's okay, Mr. Slobberface. Yeah, hi. Hi. You want to shake? You want to shake? What about your other paw? You want to shake this paw? Yeah. Mr. Alf. Concern is 35. 1 through 3 are the 3 decide issues. Phase 4B body references number 1, number 2, number 1. PowerShell here. Strings. All right. Let's see if it works. Accept and auto mode. Go. Hi. What's up? Mr. Boy. Mr. Boy. Yeah. How you doing? How you doing? You good? You happy now? But you're sitting on my arm? It's a good thing AI can do this stuff because I would need my left arm otherwise. Huh, Mr. Furball. Do. Yeah. What? What? First attempt succeeded. The milestones were created before Python failed. Let me verify. Wait, what? All right, so labels created. What filed? What failed in Python? Let's see. Ah. Okay. Why are you using Bash? Why aren't you just using PowerShell from the beginning on this? You knew you needed to. You literally said you needed to. Sometimes I question the intelligence. Oftentimes I question the intelligence of these things. There must be pre-existing issues. Let me check what's there. GitHub issue numbers are shared with PRs. Really? Huh. I guess that's, let me think. It doesn't do that in DevOps, if I recall correctly. I got to pull this up on a different screen because it puts my last name in it. But I'm pretty sure issues and PRs are independent numbers in DevOps. So, and 1, 2, 3, 4. But then if I look at work items, they're much different. Yeah, they're different. They're independent there. GitHub, they are not. Interesting. Learned something today. Number 6, Death SM7, skill throttle 8's the platform. Now creating all 32 remaining phase issues with placeholder substitutions in 4B and 4F. All 35 created. Corrected. Let me spot check the placeholder substitution. Wired up. They really improved this interface for Claude to tell you what it did. Because it's very nice to be able to go in here and go, okay, well, why do you think it was correct? What did you do? And it's nice to see the command it ran and then what it came back with. And see, like this crap, I would have to write that by hand. Nah, let Claude do that crap. It might not be the most efficient and glamorous looking crap, but if it gets the job done for this, I don't care. I'm not keeping that code. So one-time throwaway piece of code. Okay. Done. Everything's created. Okay. So bets on did it create everything correctly? It thinks it did. But we know how AI is. All right, so let's look at labels first. Let's refresh this. We have 51 labels, so 645. Yep, okay. And they are in alphabetical order, and it tells me how many issues are assigned to said labels. So there were, what, 5 or 6 before? So there'd be 6 that don't have any. 5, 6, yep. And everything else has at least 1. Feels a bit excessive to put labels on one work item or one issue. I didn't do the work, so whatever. Okay. So labels are there. Let's go to, there's a bunch of issues. Milestones. There's our milestones. Cool. I like. I better be one big dash. Okay. It's the stupid fat wide dash that everything converts to. I hate that, but whatever. All right, then we got 35 issues. And this is by newest. I can't sort by name. That sucks. But it's technically the oldest. I'll go by oldest. But I can filter by milestone, so that works. So no milestone should be none of them. Yep. So phase 1 is our data schemas. All right. So that works. Uncheck that. And if we go into it, it should have all the details. I love it. It put all this stuff out of the game design document and implementation plan and all the stuff that we've already had and put them in the right place. So like this is our death penalty system, which we don't know what we're going to do yet, but it describes everything that we had in there, pros and cons on them. We had a little bit in there, but it built some of this out, more of it. So there's more AI context in here, but it's not necessarily wrong. And this is just a guide, right? This isn't the end all be all decision. So see, decision, chosen rationale, date decided. So we can still decide, change whatever we want there. And even on these, it's got acceptance criteria, but these aren't every bit of acceptance criteria we need. We're going to come up with more as we go. So we can create sub issues to figure it all out. So we got a bunch of issues that I didn't have to type by hand at all. And then like this was the one requirement we put in there saying everything that could potentially have a thing hook, note it, and we have to decide. It's okay. It's okay. It's just thunder. Shh. Come here. Lick my hand. It's okay. Come here. Come here. It's okay. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. It's not that bad, is it? It's just thunder. Oh, it's okay. Shh. Come here. No, you're okay. You're safe. You're safe. Boy. Don't make me mute. So I don't have to hear you bark. Hang on. And now we're back to licking the hand mode. It's okay. You get so nervous. If you'd wear earmuffs, I'd put them on you so you wouldn't have to hear the thunder. But I'm sorry, you have to hear the thunder. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. You're okay. It's not going to hurt you. Yeah, come here. Come on up. It's okay. It's okay. I know. Come on up. Come on up. It's okay. You just want to lick my hand because that makes you comfortable, doesn't it? You're weird. He's holding down my arm now. That's his safe place, I guess, is to lick whenever he's nervous. All right. Well, we got done a bunch of issues now. Cool. All right. Well, that was that task. I don't have to do anything with that anymore. Get that out of there. So we need to learn, or not learn, we need to decide on describing all of this stuff. All of this stuff. Those 6 entities we need to describe. Mob entity. Type, dog. Stat block. Smallish brain. Spawn weight per terrain type, 1 per house. Aggressive flag, false. Scared of thunder flag, true. These are just suggestions, right? We have to really build these out because there's a lot. Like the item entity stuff, I have a whole. Good Lord, Alf. Are you done? Can I have my hand back yet? I'm getting another bath that I didn't need. Yeah. Are you done? You good now? You happy now? Stinky hand now. My hand didn't stink before. Now it stinks. Oh, Alf. What am I going to do with you? It's okay. It's just thunder. It's just thunder. The thing that can hurt you is the lightning part. The thunder's not going to hurt you. If you're going to get struck by lightning, you're just not going to know when it happens because it's going to hit you. You won't hear the thunder. All right. We got some time. We can start on some of these. Really start getting an idea. All right, now, how am I going to do that? How am I going to describe these? What do we have in here for... So we don't need any of these decisions yet. Okay, so we have... So we can actually do that in here. That's the... So this is just acceptance criteria. So this is stuff that has to be met. This is the main one for all the properties for it. Oh, you burp. And... so many things. Let me go back to this. Is there any order that these need to really be defined in? Skills kind of play into both item and character. maybe a little bit of mob. Land blocks, probably, well, there will be some properties on the mobs that potentially drive what land block they go in, so we might have to have some properties carrying over there. Come on up. You okay? There you go. You want to sit and cut? Okay. You want to sit there? All right. Um. Hmm. Trying to think where we should start because they all kind of tie together in a way. Hmm. Do we roll a dice? Roll a die, I should say. Dice would be plural. I mean, we could roll multiple, but I'm not sure what that means. We only need a 6-sided die because we only have 5 things here. Technically a 5-sided die. Brain. What should we do? Let's just start with land block and sub land blocks. Hi, you want to come cuddle? All right, come here, come here, come here. I'll hug you. I'll hug the boy. Here you go. You can lick my hand while I'm hugging you too. How about that? There you go. Such a dog. Yeah. Is this what you needed to be safe from the thunderstorm? Good thing they don't hear you lapping on that mic, blocking that out. Except for maybe when I talk, they hear it. You're so excessively licky today. Hi. I'm gonna kiss your nose. No, you don't want to kiss your nose. You don't let me kiss your nose anymore, Alf. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair, Alf. I want to kiss your nose. I want to kiss your nose. I want to kiss your nose. Mwah. Yeah. Okay. Are you good? Are you good? Can I have my arm back? Can I have my arm back yet? No. Are you done? That's enough. That's enough. Oh my goodness. I almost knocked my keyboard off. Okay, stop. Oh, what'd you do? You hit the space bar. Yeah. Yeah, you done? Okay, okay, what are we doing? What are we doing now? What are we doing now? What are we doing now, Mr. Alf? You're such a dog. I'm gonna get you. You're funny, Alf. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Don't get grunty with me. You got enough licking. Crazy dog. All right. Let's see. So we were gonna do land block. It scrolled. That's what you did. You hit the space bar and it scrolled me. All right. So let me see what this thing it says because I don't know that it understood my land blocks in this stuff. So we might be changing some of this. Entity coordinates XY. Is it though? There is no terrain type on the top land block. It's only on the subland block. So let's get some reference for everybody here. Let me get a new Visual Studio open. So it's tiny. I'll leave it open right now. Ooh, it's big. All right, so this is a land block, this whole block. It doesn't look like much. Let me just start it, see. It's easier to explain. Please don't judge my code. This is a proof of concept bit. All right. So this is a land block, this whole shebang. Subland block is each of the little bitty blocks inside of here. So this is I believe 50 by 50. So there are, brain doesn't work. 50 times 50 is what? 250 times 10, 2,500 land blocks in here, or sub land blocks in here. So each of these little subland blocks is what defines the terrain type and all the properties of that spot. And this is a very rudimentary algorithm that I've got in the background that generates this and puts things that make sense next to each other. That's P for path. Cliffs. My rarity settings are very bad because it's very hard for me to find a thing with mountains and caves and stuff on here. I don't get much. Actually, I get cliff and mountains right here. That's the first time I've seen mountains, I think. Interesting. I say that and it proves me wrong instantly. But so the idea is there's going to be some. Is there going to be some preset land blocks? There's got to be some preset land blocks that are pre-generated. Because people have to come. Well, I take that back. There's going to have to be one, a single one. Because I don't want the game to open like the first time it goes online, and the first person that comes in, it has to wait for this thing to generate. Now, it doesn't take long to generate. And when I was doing this on another proof of concept bit, it generates in like a few milliseconds. So it doesn't take long to generate the land block stuff with very dumb land blocks. Like it's literally, it's this type, period. What it doesn't have is all the other properties that we're talking about in here with slope and temperature and weather and all the flags and travel times and all that stuff is not in there. So some of that stuff's calculated based off of what's adjacent to it, but there's got to be something preset to start where the first players hit the planet, right? And I have to keep in mind, if this scales, is it a single land block we generate? Or do we generate like a batch of like a 5x5 square or something, or a 4x4 square? So there's like 16 are pre-generated, just so that you start with something and there's some spread of where people land. God forbid this launches and I don't expect it to have any popularity at all, and then all of a sudden I get 10,000 people dropping in at once. I want to have a place to put those people. So probably 16 is plenty, because what 16 times 2,500 is 16 times 2,500. It's 40,000 places to put 10,000 people. So basically every 4 blocks, there's a person that gets dropped in. That's going to be horrendous. So that alone tells me we need to have some system to throttle to understand that load and generate enough initial land blocks for the load. I don't anticipate there being 10,000 people ever playing this game, let alone on day one. So, but you never know. It's got to be thought about though. So, man, already got a new requirement. Just thinking through that one thing. Now, do I have a place to put said requirement? Probably in here. The skies are blue. That's not true. Sort of true. Well, that just goes back to, is it 0-0? I that is one thing that I don't know how we do. It makes sense inside of a land block because I can put coordinates in there. But on an infinitely scaled world, hi Al, you got your toy. I got your toy now. An infinitely scaled world, there's an upper limit to integers, 32-bit integers, 64-bit integers even. So what happens if we hit that? Is this represented by a number, or is this represented by something else? And my initial thought when I was first thinking about this was, yeah, you'll have coordinates inside of this. So 0-0 is right here in the middle. Or no, it wouldn't be 0-0. This would be like 25-25, right? I think that's where it actually is. Yeah, 25-25 is where I'm actually at. But then this big block would be stored with a GUID on it as its identifier, and it would have references to the land blocks that are adjacent to it. So all 8 of them. So you got 3 up here because you've got the one above it. You've got the one in the caddy corner here, left of it, bottom caddy corner, bottom caddy corner, right of it. So you have all 8 of them. And there's a reference that says, okay, once I generate this block, basically the idea was as soon as a block is generated and it has a player in it, then we immediately generate any remaining adjacent blocks around that. So they're ready to go. There's not a chance that, so as soon as a player enters this block, it's already been generated. It's not like there's a race condition for, I think I saw this in something that Claude actually pointed out. There's not a race condition that 10 people enter the block all at the same time. And then, well, who wins the race for what generates it? Well, that's not a thing. Hang on. Dog toy. Oh, go get it. Keeping them busy from rain. That's not an issue because they're never entering a block that's not already pre-generated. They'll enter this block for the first time. And if it's the first time that they've entered this block, maybe these bottom 3 are already generated. And it's the first time we're coming in here. Then we go and generate all of these, the remaining 5, right? So that even if they come in here and immediately go right, it's already generated. And maybe we go one further out than that because there is a chance they come into here and 10 seconds later, this isn't generated yet. I don't think that's the case because there will be a timer for them to move. There will be some minimum amount of time they have to spend in this block. And as long as that land generation, that block generation is less than that by a great deal, which it should be, then it doesn't matter. It's going to be generated before they even get into it. So, I got your toy. I got your toy. You went the wrong way. I threw it that way. There you go. So that's not an issue. But it's that starting point, the beginning of the game when it's brand spanking new. How much do we generate? And then what mechanism do we have that generates more as it scales? And maybe it's just, yes, we generate a 4x4 block. So 16 blocks. It might have to be 6x6. Because as soon as a player lands in one of those outer blocks, it's got to generate the other ones right beside it. So my thought would be, whatever that is, whatever that size is, we have a preset generated thing that happens on server start, right? And that's not something that requires a player. It's just the server starts. It generates all those blocks. And then let's say we have that massive load kicking in. We have to have some rules for how far apart people can drop and be next to each other on that initial drop, because we don't want to be dropping have a crash landing right on the same subland block the character is standing already, right? That just feels wrong. So maybe there has to be some scattering of that, and then if we run out of places to put people, we automatically generate more blocks. We just have to start. It just has to start doing it. So the world's going to expand automatically in some direction or just in random directions and start putting more blocks for people to drop into. Something like that. And that's the only way you could scale it if you need some mass influx of people. Once the world is in existence, so like post day one, you're going to have way more blocks and way more places to put people that come in fresh. And it's going to slow down. So you're not going to have that initial influx. Well, unless it's an unpopular game, which is what I expect it to be, and then it becomes popular, then you're going to have that later. But at that point, you're going to have a bigger world and more places to put people. So, okay, so now we got to put that in words that I can remember in however long for how that works. So, where was that? Right here. So this isn't accurate. So server starts with a set amount of land blocks pre-generated with same generation code. And is it putting a space in there? Yeah. No, it's not. Why are you underlining that and not this? Huh? Because I typed it and not a computer typed it? You rat. And as new player population demands, additional land blocks can be generated as needed to keep spacing between existing players and new crash sites. And the crash sites are going to have to clean themselves up somehow. Like that just can't, it's not going to stay there forever. Otherwise, we're just going to have this world cluttered with crash sites. And that sucks. I think there's going to have to be something like with the thing. The thing cleans up these crash sites somehow over time. So the world isn't littered with them. So something like that. So something like that, I think, gets us that initial. It's okay, boy. You want me to throw your toy? Is that what you're waiting for? You know? You just need to be distracted from rain, huh? Go get it. Don't look at me. Don't give me that stick your chin in the air going, what's wrong with you, Dad? Why'd you throw my toy? Go get your toy. Don't growl at it. Come here. Come here. You're so weird, Alf. You're so weird. It's okay. You're safe. I promise. It's just rain. It's just rain. It's not going to hurt you. It's okay. No, 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 no. Settle. Settle, boy. It's okay. Come here. What? You're going to survive, I promise. You're going to make me show them you, aren't you? So they know I'm not crazy. I mean, I am crazy, but I'm not entirely crazy. Don't growl at me. Boy, you moved wrong. Now I can't show them you because you're off the side of the other camera. All they see is your butt. Saddle. Saddle. Thank you. You can stare, but settle. There. And now I can do this, and they can see I'm not crazy. It didn't work. Oh, I got to come off of this. There we go. See? He's just staring at me. I'm not crazy. You're crazy, Alf. It's okay. You're going to survive, I promise. You're going to survive, I promise. Yes, you are. Come on up. Come sit. Come sit. I'll stop showing your butt. Come sit with me. You numbnut. You're funny, Alf. It's okay. It's okay, Mr. Alf. Wait. What is this paw? What is this paw? What is this paw? Shh. No. 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 I got your paw. I got your paw. We're shaking hands. You're safe. What are you doing? Give me that face. You're a dog, Alf. Why are you so worked up? Because I stopped scratching your butt? Is that what it was? Huh? Yeah? Are we good? I'm scratching your thigh. This is what you wanted, huh? Hi. I'm here. I'm here. You're okay. You're okay. The Eagle has landed. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Zaz. We are comforting Alf through thunder and trying to work on our game. We are in the process. Well, first off, how was stream? I know you were doing Palea earlier. Was Man Bear behaving, hopefully? But so yeah, welcome in. We are working on a game. Let's see. Well, he was behaving. I'm surprised. I thought I was going to get him worked up talking about thunder farts and stuff like that. So yeah, so we're working on our game. I did a lot of stuff over the weekend. I finished up all of our tool setup and tech stack and everything. So now we're actually starting to do things. So anybody that's new, we are building a don't have an official name for you. This is just kind of a working name, so I could name the GitHub repo something. But it's a shared world game. I've gotten away from MMO because of reasons that we don't need to go into, but it's a procedurally generated world that's infinitely large. So it basically takes these land blocks with terrain and everything that's procedurally generated and will infinitely scale. And the idea is you have crash landed there, your spacecraft has crash landed there, you have nothing, and you have to survive with other people that have done the same thing. And there'll be NPCs and settlements. It's a big, huge world, Earth-like, but 1,000 times larger is what we've kind of put it at, but it's infinitely large. And you'll have skills and you'll have combat. It's all 2D based, and you can go hunting, treasure hunting, gathering, crafting, build cities, build your own housing decorations inside of that. Just a big, huge world to do stuff, and very much what's the word? Not adrenaline. The hook being there's always a chance of getting something cool when you go out doing whatever you're doing, right? Be it hunting or just exploring or crafting or gathering, whatever. There's a chance to discover very good loot. That's all procedurally generated as well. There's none of this stuff where there's set pieces and it's all set stats and everything. It's all randomly generated. So that's what we're trying to build. We just finished up the whole game design document. That's this big old huge thing here. All the tech stuff is set up, and we're just starting to get into defining things. So the first step of our implementation plan is fun data schemas, but it's fun because we get to define what land blocks are, what a mob's properties are, like what kind of properties does that mob have? What are we going to give it for stats and types of entities it can be? And how's our item generated? What kind of item stats do we have? And things like that. So it's kind of defining our entities at this point. And then we'll get into world generation from there. So, but yeah, that's our quick intro to this. I'm not a game dev. I'm a software developer. I have been for, how old am I? Alf? He's looking at me like, I don't know, Dad. I've only known you for 5.5 years. Almost 6 now. Yeah, I know. 25 years? No, more than that. 30 years? So, I'm just trying our hand at this. See what we can do. May work, may not work, but we'll have fun doing it either way. Hi, Alf. Come here. Come here. Come say hi to everybody. This is Alf. If you wonder who I'm talking about, this is Alf. He's a big fur ball that tries to get in the way all the time and loves to lick my hands. I'm not crazy. I'm not just talking to an imaginary friend over here, although I do that too sometimes, but he's real. He's a little upset right now because of thunderstorms, but he's getting over it. Hi, Alf. You happy now? You make yourself known? Yeah? No, you're not done licking me? Okay. So yeah, so we are working on that. We've got all of our issues created in GitHub, and we're just starting to kind of work out, okay, what is a land block? How does it get generated, and what properties does it have? So more requirements, but it will end up being some database schema, and that will get us down the road of being able to use said database schema to create things. So that will be cool. Up. But I've done proof of concept of land block generation and stuff. So I've got a starting point, but we've just got to actually officially do it and not use the crap code that I have in here doing this. So So yeah, so welcome in. Drop a follow if you want to see a game get created and from a completely inexperienced person and probably way bigger scope than it should be. But hey, what's the gonna do? I'm gonna go big. We'll do it in little bits though. It'll be fun. So welcome in. All right. So we were talking about before the raid land blocks and how we're going to define them. And part of this project is we're going to let AI help us, but we're not going to let AI drive it. We are going to tell it everything we want it, and we're going to let it do the grunt work for us. I don't like giving AI a big prompt to say, hey, make this for me, and then claim that I did all the work. And it was all my idea. This is all going to be from my design, from my requests of it doing little bits of things, and I will review everything and understand everything it makes. So I know how to code, and I can do it all by hand. This is just going to make it reasonable to do in a decent amount of time. So Alpha's back licking my arm. Hi. Yeah, they can see you. Yes, they can. You can't hide anymore. Nope, you can't. So yeah, so a lot of this documentation was written by AI from documentation I wrote by hand. So it's just, it cleaned it up and made it useful. So, but there are still things that I know we will come across that it misinterpreted that we will have to fix. So, for example, I don't know that land blocks are going to have XY coordinates. I know sub land blocks will, but I don't know about land blocks. And I never said it did. So it made that up. Or it misinterpreted, or I wasn't clear in my typing. That's all entirely possible. So, but, so yeah, so a land block being this big thing and being the infinitely large number of those, I don't know that we can do an XY coordinate like this with just numbers, because that will limit you to, if I use like 64-bit integers, that's a limit. Now that's a big limit, negative and positive. And I guess just so I don't have to read it out, int 64 signed max. That's really bright colors. So I don't know why this is taking 8 years to return, but it is. So the max in, in C, it's that big. Yeah. Okay. So in C sharp, well, this is contradictory. This is the kind of crap that I don't understand how AI gets this wrong. Like, this is Copilot up here doing this from Bing, and this is something else, but they're giving me different numbers. Like, this is the number it says it is in C here, but in C, C++ here, it's this number. Well, which is it? Either way, it's big. It's a big number, right? A 32-bit integer is much smaller, but will we get to, what is this, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions? Is that what the next one is? I don't remember. Well, it's giving the crap. Hang on a second. It's okay. No. Hey, come on. Come here. It's okay. He sees something out the back door, like, my neighbor, and he goes crazy. It's okay. Stop. Come here. It's okay. No. Settle. Settle. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Are you good? See, it didn't hurt you. It's still not hurting you. It's okay. That's enough. Settle. You're okay. You're okay. You stretch your back. Stop. Stop, boy. Hey, settle. This boy. Rain and thunderstorms with this dog are so fun. Fireworks are even worse. It's okay. Saddle. Saddle. Do I need to go see what you saw? All right, hang on. Let me go look out the door and show them there's nothing to be scared of. I will be right back. All right. Shock. It was our neighbors in the backyard that he likes those neighbors. He just yells at everything. And he's still yelling at it. Alf, come on. Come here. It's okay. They're allowed to pick stuff in they're fixing the thing in their garden that fell over in the woods. It's stop. Stop. Come here. That's enough. No. 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 Fun dogs. Alfie. Come here and sit. Come here and sit. All right, yeah, so big number, but yeah, quintillion, whatever that number is. It's a big number. Maybe it's enough. I don't know. I just try not to design something that I know there's an upper limit to. There's some limitation that could be hit. Because then the word infinite is no longer infinite. So, so my thought originally was not to have coordinates on the big land blocks. But there is something to be said about, okay, where are you in the world, buddy? And you talk to your friend and you go, well, I am in, I don't know. That feels weird. Another way we could do this is, I just thought of, that could work, is have XY coordinates, but have those relative to different points in the world. So what came to mind was back in the day, phone numbers, like a long time ago. Hi, can you settle down for your dad? I'd really appreciate it. Okay, boy, I love you. I love you, but you got to settle down. It's just your neighbors. You love those neighbors. I know if they're the other side, it's fine. You can yell at them all day. They're weird. But those ones are nice. So back in the day, telephones, when you were making a call, you would pick you'd say a word and then a few numbers, right? It was like it got you in it's kind of like a zip code. Like a zip code gets you an area, and then you have a street address, right? So something like that. So maybe it is we have some random settlement names, like it's the closest settlement to you, and then a coordinate based off of that. So say we were 1010 or city 1 1010. So you'd go find city 1 on the map and it's 1010 around that. Or your city 2 43. It's not 4-3 around the other city, it's 4-3 around that city. So then you have a much smaller pool of possible coordinates. So you could probably put it into 32-bit int at that point, because a couple billion is probably plenty. Or should be plenty. Otherwise, you got some massive. I mean, that can just be a rule on the server to make sure there's not 2 billion blocks between cities. And then just do that. And then you could use coordinates, but you also add in there what region. Maybe it's a region name. So you can have multiple cities in the region, because that could get confusing, because somebody could put a city right next to another one, and then what do you do? Then it's just confusing. So maybe it's a region name, and we just randomly, we have some definition for how big a region is, and the region names just get generated. Maybe that's what we do. That way we can infinitely generate, and these numbers don't matter. And then a subland block, XY, does matter, because you're only going to be max. My current definition is 50 by 50, like this. So you have region, land block coordinate, and then subland block coordinate to define where you're at. So three different data points. And then I think that gets rid of the max int problem everywhere. And I think we don't define adjacent land blocks by coordinates. That's more of just a player view of things. We still define a land block as a GUID identifier, because those are unique. There's an upper limit to those, though. It's a bigger number, but max. But it could be, let me think. It could have the same kind of thing, where you have your region identifier and your GUID. If I'm going to go that route, why don't I just use coordinates? Because like total number of values in a GUID, not a quid, GUID. 128 bits. So that's double 60. Well, it's not double, it's more than double. 60. It's double the number of bits, but it's 3.4 times 10 to the 38th unique values. That's a lot. The idea of a GUID is not so much that it has that many values, is the fact that it's the way it's generated is unique. It's a unique value. But there's really no need to introduce that complexity if we say that every land block has a region association and then a coordinate, XY coordinate, and then all of its adjacent land blocks also have a region association and an XY coordinate. And then that you have a unique identifier for every land block. You will never run out of things until you run out of names, which is never, because you just randomly generate those. We're going to have a dictionary of names or something to come up with. We'll figure that out. Alf, please don't lick that. Don't knock that over, please. You're so weird, Alf. Would you come sit with me? So I think we go that route. Wow, we figured it out. It's in this window. Here. So, so land block entity. Is it going to let me do this? Nope, nope, nope. Coordinates. Does this work when I go back to preview? Yes, good. I'm gonna make sure, let me put checkboxes in there like that. So coordinates XY based off region. Let's probably my region ID. Ties So that's a new entity that we did not have before that we're going to have to add as a region. Very minimal. I'm trying to think what else would be a region. What else would you define on a region other than its name? And if it's just a name, do I just put the name on the land block? Because it's either I put an ID that's another integer, which I think I've just answered my question, another number value that has a limit on it in there, and then tie it to that name, or just just flatten the data and make it the name in there. That's probably what we should do, because then we don't have to worry about a limited number of regions either. So it's not a region ID, region name. We'll need a list of regions somewhere so we know what they all are, but irrelevant. So that way we can let people search region names or select a particular region name and it show you all of the land blocks on that region, that kind of thing. There's really no reason to make that ID relevant. It's just a name at that point. And I don't want to keep querying the land blocks to distinct the region names. That's inefficient. So we still need a list. It's one thing I've learned a lot more in my current job in the last however many years I've been here now. Was it 2026? I've been there for over 13 years now. It was 13 years in February. I've learned a lot about performance. A lot more than I ever thought I would learn about performance. I thought I knew performance. I didn't know performance. So we will definitely be using a lot of that learning in designing this. So region name. So that gets us our uniqueness for every land block with no limit. There is no, I don't think there's a terrain type, because there's nothing saying, there's no like top level driving factor of what gets generated in that land block. It's all random. So like when I opened this program, this land block that got generated here, there was nothing telling it what to do. It just said, all right, I'm going to start generating land block. And it started generating it. And I had another prototype where I could actually go left and right to the land blocks, and it would generate new land blocks, and it would look at the edge of this land block and say, okay, well, that's what the edge of that land block was. I have to make something that starts and ties into that, right? So it doesn't just go wacky. Like you don't go from grasslands here to all of a sudden you're in the desert. It's going to have some transition between, although I think grass to desert is probably a fair transition, but maybe it's probably most transitions to desert are reasonable, to be fair. But whatever example it is an extreme change between X and Y doesn't happen. There's got to be a transition, or at least it's reasonably figured out. So, but there's nothing driving the terrain that's in this thing. If I close this program right now and reload it, it will be completely different looking, but still a generated terrain. So restart it. Completely different terrain. This one looks way worse. This is not an optimized algorithm at all. This was just an attempt, but completely different terrain. I do it again. We didn't have any water on that one. Now we got a little bit of water on this one, so it's different again. So it's completely generated on random on the fly and very quickly. So it's not like it's a slow process. So I don't know that there's a terrain type at the land block level. I don't know that makes sense at all. So adjacency references. So this is going to be region and coordinates of each block. Yeah, it'll be generated timestamp. That's one thing that I've learned too, is having a generated timestamp is nice because you know when it was made. And that, well, I don't know which one came first. Very useful to know. What else is on a land block entity that defines it? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what else is on a land block. I'm just trying to think of anything obvious that I would need for it. Because it's just a container for all the sub land block stuff. I think, actually, now that I think about it, there's going to be things like player count. So one of the determinations I kind of changed over the weekend to transition from saying it's an MMO to more of a shared world game was we're not going to have real-time positions of players showing. Like, you're not going to see somebody moving around the map by you. You're not going to see that. That's just not a thing. That's way more complicated, way more network traffic that has to happen. It just is a lot more. But I do want it to feel like you're not alone. So I want there to be some idea of population and people around you. So when you're in a land block, you're going to see how many players are also in that land block with you. Maybe not necessarily their names, maybe their names. I don't know. I haven't decided how far that goes, but that's not a critical decision to make right now. But I want you to know that there's other people in there with you. And then ideally you can look at the map of the world as a whole, and like kind of like a Google map, and zoom around it and put layers on it. Like, here's the terrain layer to see what the terrain looks like. Maybe you tick that off and you only tick on show me where settlements are, or cities, or whatever we call them. And it shows you all that on the map, or both of those, or a heat map for where players are. And it takes this player count from that land block and puts that as a heat map on top of that, so you can see where people are. And maybe there's a heat map on the land block that you can see of the, if you're in that land block, in that sub land block where it is. I don't know what I want to do at the world level, because I feel like that's giving away too much information. I think you need to travel there to be able to see where people are in this area. And that's not necessarily updated constantly in real time. Maybe it's like every minute we aggregate the data and update the number for you, right? It's not every tick. Not that we have ticks, because those ticks don't matter in this game, but some regular update of that so you can see it change while you're in it. But it's only for you while you're in it. Only for players that are in it can see that. Otherwise, it's a lot of network traffic. So updated on some interval. So player count. I think there's going to be some different flags. So various flags. So things like has settlement. We're gonna have to determine what we're gonna call it. Is it settlement? Is it city? Is it uh bunch of buildings? I don't know what we call it, but something like that. It has a settlement. Has active event, because there's going to be random events that happen around the world. What other flags would be useful on this thing? I don't want to put too much information on the world map. I think those two are fine because I think that tells you where stuff is, where an event is happening, where cities are. That's fine. I don't want to go too deep into it. I was thinking while I was looking at the wall there, maybe having a flag for, well, there's undiscovered rare loot here. No, I don't want to do that because then that drives people to places without having that um, dopamine hit of, hey, I discovered something that nobody knew about. Right? That's the whole point of this. Is I, for the record, for those who are new here, the game I played back in the late 90s, early 2000s was Asheron's Call. It came out around the same time as EverQuest did, but Asheron's Call had a very cool loot system, which I'm kind of mimicking here, putting my own spin on it, but the same idea in that all the loot is randomly generated. There were some quest items you can get and stuff in that game, but that's irrelevant. But the majority of the loot was randomly generated with stats that make sense and spells and stuff on those stats, or not spells, but magic on those things, or enhancements, whatever we call them. But you could, in most places, you could stumble on a very, very good rare piece of loot just because you were there. It doesn't have to spawn there. It had some loot tiers because of the way that world was designed, and there will be some loot tiers in here, but you could find something good almost anywhere. So that's the kind of thing I want to do. I don't want to mark that, hey, there's something cool here, because that's all randomly generated at the time of you doing an action in the game. So I don't want to put that kind of thing on the world map. So settlement, active event. I don't know, there's really other flags right now I can think off the top of my head. So we'll leave those for now. So then the land block entity. So grid position within parent land block. X, Y, 50 by 50. That's going to contain terrain type. These are all things that I had. Temperature is weather, but so let's do weather, temperature, precipitation, wind. Not that all of those matter with what you're actively doing. Like if you're just traveling, you don't care how much wind there is, unless it may not affect that kind of thing. And that may come out. Like I'm listing that here, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to keep it. Trying to think what wind would affect. Would it affect anything? Maybe it affects mountain and cliffs passability, because that's the next thing is passability flags. Maybe something like that. It could affect those. Hey, bud. What's up? How you doing? You good? Yeah. Yeah, you're just pushing up even harder against your daddy now, huh, aren't you? You want to get on camera. You're on there, don't worry. They can see your head. They can see your head. Yeah. Um, what other weather might affect things? Hi. You're funny, Al. Boop. Those are the main things. I don't need to get in the depths of like humidity and dew point and high and lows. It's just going to be, this may not be an exact temperature. This might just be hot. What are you whining for? It may just be hot or cold or normal temperature, whatever that is. Alf. He's sitting on my arm. You can't see it because I see the mic's not going off. But he's going next to me. What? Yeah. Do you need more scratchies? Is that what you need? Yeah. You're so demanding, Alf. We'll just leave it there for now. If we come up with more, we come up with more. So passability flags is an interesting one. Travel time multiplier is related to that. What? You're so sad. Is passability even a word? Doesn't seem like it wants to be a word. No, we're making it a word. So the idea of this is if you are in like a forest and you come across a cliff right next to you, passability on that means you're in the forest to go up or down the cliff, depending. Oh, that's the one thing. Elevation will matter because that will determine is the cliff below you or above you. But if you're either way, that is, you're on that edge. Passability means can you do it at all? Like, do you even have the capability to do it? I don't know there's going to be a case where you have zero chance of it, but I think there's things like a cliff, for example. If you don't have any skill in mountain climbing, we'll say it's called mountain climbing, you can't pass that cliff. You can't go that direction. Or you can try, but you have this 5% chance of surviving going that direction. Like you might die if you go that direction. So it's not really flags, it's more passability percentages, and then that is dealt with by your skills and what the reasoning for that is. So, and that also affects going from one terrain type to another, or the same terrain type, is your travel time multiplier. So the idea is you get into this sub land block and you can't just instantly go, like I can't, in this thing, this little pink thing in the middle, it'll be hard to see on stream because it's kind of small, but this little pink right in the middle here is where I'm currently at. I can click west really fast and move it across. That won't happen in the real game. What will happen is you'll hit this spot and then there will be a timer before you can move a direction again. And that timer is going to be different depending on the direction you want to move and what you're going from and what you're going to. So in the example of forest to cliff, that timer might be only 10 seconds or 15 seconds or something. If you have the ability to climb mountains well, like, or you have the equipment to scale a cliff. But if you don't, then A, that time might be 5 minutes. And then B, there's going to be a survival percentage that says, will you survive moving here? And that might be really low. So there'll be some friction there, not unnecessary friction to just be annoying. It's to make it so that you can't just go explore the world instantly. You have to actually plan your route and plan what you want to do. And there'll be, when you get into a subland block, there'll be actions that you can take while you're there. It's kind of like the old text-based RPGs where you said open door, take shovel. Not to that extreme, right? But it'll be more modern day RPG actions. Like you'll see a list of, like, this isn't what it would look like, but like this has got a list of creatures that in here that you can go and you could attack one of them and you have a battle with them. You can do that kind of thing. You might go search for treasure. You might go mine some ore or whatever that is, right? There might be an event happening, a rare spawn or something is in there that you can go do something with. So there's a time factor in there simply because it's not realistic to go to travel 100 miles in 5 seconds, right? It's realistic. I don't need it to be perfectly realistic. I don't expect you to take you an hour and a half to go 100 miles, but also don't expect you to do it instantly. So there's got to be some throttle to that. So that's what that is. But it needs to make sense. It's not just an artificial, I'm going to make you go slow. It's got to be, well, because you're physically moving through this world, it just takes time. Or because you want to scale this cliff, it's going to take you longer. You want to climb this mountain. You want to go through this desert. You don't have any water on you. Well, you might not survive this because you don't have any water on you and you're going to die. So all of that kind of stuff comes into play as you're moving around. So this is a very complex thing. And what is stored on that entity is what we're talking about here. So that, I don't think it's anything to do with the directional. I think it is defining that sub land block. And what is the time multiplier? I think that's 1 for sure. And then passability flags. Dang it. Keep hitting tab. And I can't tab in this editor. Passability flags would be this could add time to or add to the base travel time multiplier or base survival. This could change. Let's reword this. This could change the base travel time multiplier or base survival percentage. So let's name these properly. Base travel time multiplier, base travel time percentage. Now, is that on the sub land block entity? Because I don't think this is defining our entities entirely correctly. I think there's another one, and I've done this over here in this code. Horribly, mind you, but it is here. Is in train. Nope. Oh, it's under where that. How did I do this? I forget. It's been so long since I did this. Destination dependencies? No. Where did I put it? No. Type. Where is this defined? It's here. Oh, where do I use this? It is in, oh, that's right. I do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please don't judge this code. So each terrain type had all of these properties on it in this proof of concept thing. And is that stuff here? Is that because there's a type of terrain that has some base things that are entity things that are known about it, right? Which then is applied to a subland block. So how much of that terrain type information is on the subland block entity versus just base terrain type information? That's the question. Because like this stuff is influenced by the terrain type. Same with this stuff. But it's not the definition of the terrain type. These are probably always defined by the terrain type. and really belong at the terrain type entity level, not the sub land block level. I think we have to do that. I mean, there could be, if we find it necessary, we could put some overrides, like things that adjust this further on the subland block itself. And maybe that's a thing. Maybe there are, let me do this. Hang on. Before I change this. So terrain type, let me reorder these a little bit. Well, no. Terrain type's there. And then we're going to duplicate these up here. Base travel time multiplier adjustment and percentage adjustment. So what that means is if there is something that gets generated on the sub land block that would affect those. So say we had a rare event or just an event that happens that causes something to happen on this sub land block that slows you down for some reason. Like maybe we have a blizzard happening. I mean, that would be weather affecting that. Well, I guess that could be that. So say the weather is a blizzard, like precipitation is blizzard. When that happens, it adjusts the base multiplier, travel time multiplier. And this is wrong. Survival. So that can be changed if this changes, like if this stuff changes because we have an event. When it initially spawns, it's got some generic stuff in there, but then when an event happens, it gets modified and then it changes these. It changes what the base ones are from the terrain type. And then all of this stuff, dang it, doing that right. Is terrain. No, my goodness. Terrain type. I'll move my hands up from the keyboard when he kicked it. Terrain type entity. So in here, that is stored on the terrain type. So I don't want these to be, the terrain type sets these. I'm trying to think, would those ever be different? Like, will one cliff in one place have different flags in another cliff or requirements or one bit of desert or mountain? At some point you get too complicated and you just go scope crazy here, but I don't think we would. I think if anything changes that, it'll be, so maybe sub land block does need to say there should be a flag here or list of special events or events, something like that. List of events. These could affect the other properties when they exist. So if you have an event, it could adjust these and or the passability flags, or it could override some of these values basically. But we have to have some base. So equipment required list. Skill level required list. These are really the two main ones I can think of right now for passability, or none of the above, right? And then these two things are underneath terrain type entity. put this here so that it's clear what that is. So yeah, so I think that gets it's the first cut at that stuff. I'm sure this stuff will change as we start implementing things, but it's this first cut. So JSON B column used for terrain attributes like weather, flags, per architecture, constraint. Okay, so what? So I think we landed on that because we didn't want to tie ourselves to schema defining those. We wanted to be able to define those without a strict schema on it. I know that passability, that should be requirements probably. Do. Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. So what are this? So I think this is definitely JSON. We'll do that. What would this be? I think it would be JSON because we're going to have an event and then how it affects these things in it. Yeah, I think this would be. That's two lists. I think that's makes sense. These wouldn't be, or these wouldn't be. I don't know that slope. I feel like that's a bit excessive. Like what? But if say you had a subland block that was a mountain and it had forests all around it, what slope do you put there? Because it's obviously up and then back down. I feel like that's just overly complicated. I think elevation makes sense. Like we put the max elevation of something in there, and that's. But you're dropping into a ravine and it's 100 feet, 1,000 feet down. That doesn't make sense. If you say negative 1,000, not that we do negative 1,000, but say we did negative 1,000, you don't immediately hit that. You go into that. Or if it's multiple mountains next to each other, then maybe it's you start at 1,000 and you go to 2,000. But if you only have one of those two, it's just a flat block. But how? And then I think if you do that, you don't need slope because you can. Yeah, you don't need slope. You just generate. I'm trying to think on what the graphics look like. It's way down the line, but I need to think about what that would entail on a graphic. Like what would you see slope? You wouldn't see anything on a 2D. Elevation, you might tell. Might affect your temperature and stuff, but on a two or the how where the block sits in relationship to the one next to it, for example. So I think that's slope. I think is too much. I don't think we need slope. Get rid of that. But let's do min max. This doesn't belong here. This belongs up here. This is a whole events is another entity at that. I guess it's kind of an entity. It could just be event name, and then these two. That's really it. Could be an ID, just so we know what to tie it to. I feel like events would become another entity that we need to define, because there'll be properties on that. We don't need it immediately. There needs to be some flattening, so I don't have to keep going and looking up the stuff about it, but the event name and those adjustments, and then an event. This would be an ID, because that we can reuse IDs as long as it doesn't currently exist. We can reuse the ID. It could be an event GUID. That would work there, because I don't care about the order things were created there. Just for more details on the event when you get there. This is an item required. This is a item list. Skill level required. Skill list with level. Okay, so we've dealt with this. We can just take this off because we've noted where the JSON B exists. Any form of migration generated and applies cleanly against. Okay, that's a requirement. Directional passability modeled correctly. One-way cliff edges and river blocks must be representable. Okay, that's fine. Has no tracking used on all read queries and associated repository method. Yeah, no lazy loading. All includers. Okay. That's all EF stuff. Okay. So then subland block, the thing hook. So this is something I asked Claude to make sure was included in all of these. What hooks for the thing that we haven't named yet, the presence of something on this planet that does stuff. What kind of hooks would be on the land blocks and subland blocks? I don't know that. I think that the hook here is affected. I don't want to say the thing. We got to come up with a better name than the thing to start naming things until we come up with a name for the thing. Affected by effect. No. What do we call this? So this is the idea behind the thing is, and let's go look at what we have in our design document about this thing. Boom. This is all our actions, game systems. We just search this thing for the thing. I can get a space there. There we go. Well, this is a design directive. This isn't talking about the thing. It is a design risk, yes. I feel like that is phase 5 is too late. We need to know what this thing is before we go too far. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so let me go back to this issue and just see what else other than the thing. I'm just going to put this here so I remember that's what we were typing there. So notes, travel time author lives on subland block, not land block. Correct. Terrain varies at the subland block level. Yes. It's funny that AI put this in here from my notes, and yet initially it said the terrain type is also at the land block level. So bad sometimes how obvious it makes mistakes. I didn't read through all these issues because I knew we were going to have to do exactly what we're doing right now anyway. So I just left them as is. But it just shows that AI is most definitely not flawless. Directional passability, cliffs blocks, north, river block, east is the key design nuance here. Model as flags, not as a single passable Boolean. Yeah. And it's not even as flags, it's flags slash time time and survivability modifier. Not a single passable Boolean. Yep. The schema is the foundation for world export. Yeah. Can describe a complete land block and all its subland blocks on paper using only these tables with no ambiguity about any terrain attribute. Fair. Okay. So we need to define the thing, because this is going to come up every time until we understand what the thing generally is. It may change as we do stuff, but we need to have a starting point. We just never really defined that starting point. It was more of a, that's what's going to be, and we never really defined it. So let me save this as it is. All that stuff's in there now. So the thing. Let us open, we'll open it up in here. Nope. Too proud. I'm not too sure, and I'm not too proud to say, Docs, GDD. All right. Go away, terminal. Zoom this a little more. Easier to see. So we need to define that. Where is that going to go in here? It's probably a game system. Progression, economy, difficulty and challenge, NPC and mob behavior, loot, social and miscellaneous systems. That's where it is. We don't have to name the thing. Well, we might figure out a working name for it. We need a better working name than the thing, because that's not good to put all over the frickin' databases and variables and crap everywhere. The thing. I will say that AI is scary sometimes. Like, you see what it did right there. I hit tab to say, yeah, put colon, asterisk, asterisk to make the header. I hit enter, and it put this recommendation: a mysterious force revealed through player discovery and investigation. It has read the rest of this document and said, I think this is what you should put here. Now, it's not terribly impressive for docs like this, but when you start writing code and you write a comment that says, I'm do X, Y, and Z, you hit enter, and it gives you a block of code that does X, Y, and Z, or could do X, Y, and Z. That's powerful stuff. You got to test all and validate it all, but it's crazy that it just comes up with stuff like that so easily and so fast. Like, that was instant. That was local machine. That didn't go out to Copilot or anything like that. That's just local in Visual Studio does it now. It's a weird time we live in right now. that statement is true, but we're trying to answer that statement. And we could put that in here. Wait. Let's just see what it comes up with, okay? Let's just see what it says if I keep doing it. What's it keep saying? It's not bad. I mean, this doesn't answer our question entirely, but it's not bad what it's saying. Let me turn on. Where is word wrap in this? Control E and Control W. There we go. Only because we're in. I don't usually use word wrap when I'm coding because I don't like it in coding, but for a markdown file, it's fine. Narratively, it is the source of the world's strangeness and the reason for the crash landing. It is connected to death and revival. It is the key to advanced civilization and long-term survival, but its true nature is unknown and maybe unknowable. Pretty good. But we got to figure out what to call this thing. Like, we got to have some working. What do I add to that? I guess the question is this supernatural? Is this something just native to this planet that we've never seen as humans before? Is this man-made? It's not native to the planet, but it is man-made, and it is here. And is it the thing that made the previous inhabitants of this planet go extinct, but humans are not affected by it, or are affected by it in a positive way rather than a negative way? Just thinking out loud at this point, because I don't know. All of that sounds good. The last one particularly to me, because then it gives an explanation for why it's not inhabited. I don't know how many syllables are in that. Whatever. There are not living creatures. There is not a intelligent being on the planet anymore, or that we think is intelligent, or is not. Because I feel like there could be some weird stuff on this planet. Like there's no limit to the type of living beings that we put on here. It could be that there are some original inhabitants that are on this planet that were immune to whatever this thing did to the rest of their civilization or the rest of their species. And they do get discovered at some point. So there could be intelligent beings on here. I don't see why not. So is this like a life force or slash death force, depending on who you are? Um, like what would it interact with? I guess is a good question. It definitely interacts with loot. It definitely interacts with all the looting system stuff. Definitely interacts with mobs and NPCs. Well, NPCs are going to be humans that also crash landed here before us, but mobs could be affected by it. How we resurrect after death is definitely affected by it. Different enhancements or magical powers or something like that would be affected by it or will be affected by it. Economy, no. There will be some skills related to it. Exploration, treasure hunting, item stuff. Crafting would be the same reason, same item related things. Hunting would be the mob related stuff. Gathering would be item related stuff for crafting. So I don't know if life force is the right word. It's like a power. We could be just cheeky and ask Claude to say, hey, here's some words I'm coming up with. Give me some other words. um, so I'm trying to come up with a description of. It has reference to my previous conversations of the thing that makes it out to be something that has life force powers, magical powers, and transformative powers that exists as a material, not material, I think is the right word for it, a physical, exists as physical and non exists in physical and non-physical form. What are some words and or names that could describe this? Claude is not this kind of AI bot, but we'll see what it comes up with. But it's way better for technical stuff. Trust traditions and registers that capture those three axes: life force, magical, transformative, physical, plus non-physical duality. From world traditions and mythology. Pneuma? Greek. Breath, spirit that animates matter, exists as physical breath and cosmic principle. Interesting. Prana, Sanskrit. Vital life force flowing through physical body and subtle energy body. That's more energy than physical. No. No. This is still just power and force, not physical form. Even this one is more breath and principle than like physical form. Hmm. Well, we're gonna have to come up with a special, our own unique name for it. But I'm just trying to come up with something that I can put as the working word in how everything is named in the databases and variables. Ether. That's what Final Fantasy uses. Right word shifts depending on whether the emphasis is on life-giving transformation or the between states duality. I think the duality is the more important one for what I'm thinking in my head. Liminality? The hell's that word mean? Flux. Flux capacitor. Yeah. That's what we should put everywhere. We're just going to call it the flux capacitor. And everything that's, then we'll come up with a better name for it later. What is the Latin root for threshold? Never heard that before. I'll look into that a little bit. Obviously, ether. And none of those sound good to me. These three are interesting. Flux, it's just. It feels more verby than physical, than nouny. I know it can be a noun, but I feel like it's sounds verby. I mean, ether could work for our naming convention. They come up with some name that we a custom name for it in the end. Yeah, I mean this is true. I mean that makes sense to put in there. I want to look this up. Well, like I don't know what lemon. So let's do this. Yeah, let me do proper English here. I like ether. I see this as coming in the form of solid rock to just being a power that flows through things. Threshold between perceivable and imperceivable. The exact boundary where something crosses from one state of existence into another. Same substance existing as dense physical matter on one end and invisible flowing power on the other, with the lemon being the thing that spans that entire spectrum. It also gives you liminal as a natural adjective in your game's language. The Vanavit in rock isn't solid ether. It's the threshold made manifest in physical form. When it flows through something, it's the same threshold in a different expression. It's a stronger conceptual foundation than ether, which implies a specific non physical layer. Who would have thought that building a game, I'd be having this conversation with AI about ether and lemon? What is it? Lemon? Lemon. And liminal is an adjective, which is good. I mean, it's good to have an adjective. And I mean, heck, lemon isn't a bad word just to call it. Because maybe in the game, we just call it lemon, but people have different words for it. Maybe. I don't know. Like if you've traveled across to another whole few regions away in the world and you talk to an NPC out there, they may call it something else. Hmm. So let's just look at it. What is it saying here? Prefix ether form, ether vein, lemon form, lemon vein. So those both work. Adjective, ethereal, overused, yeah. Liminal, evocative and understood. My problem with using ethereal or ether is all I'm going to picture is the blue from Final Fantasy. I don't want to picture the blue from Final Fantasy. If I do liminal, then I can do whatever I want, what it looks like. Um, I like blue, but it doesn't have to be blue. It could just be a white light because white emanates power. Cool colors are positive power to me, and warm colors are negative power. I guess yellow and orange aren't bad, but they're starting to approach fire territory, right? Which is more negative connotations. But I could have like white light glows on physical things that contain lemon, and then you can have light, basically like flows of light or a glow on your weapon or armor because it's infused with lemon. Yeah, and this is exactly the problem. Like, it carries baggage. Like, I think of ether and I think of Final Fantasy 14 and all of the blue ether in it. This I'd never heard of before, and it does feel invented. Low spell type risk, except for lemon could be spelled Limin, but ether could not be spelled right either. You just leave off the A or spell it right. So the same problems, but and yes, it's not a. Nobody can trademark this word or this word. Yeah, I don't know that his has a stronger conceptual spine. Ether has cultural baggage that implies floaty, magical, non-physical, which subtly works against the rock end of your spectrum. Lemon doesn't prejudice any point on that range. Yeah. All right. I'm leaning this now. I'd never heard of that word before. I probably have, but I wouldn't have put it together. I don't like flux. I immediately went to flux capacitor, and I don't want to have any of that thought in my head while I'm building this. This I can limit I can define as whatever, and I have no preconceived ideas of what that looks like in my head at all. And it's cool to have a Latin word. Hold on. I had to get the camera up. He's exhausted with me at this point. Like, why aren't we in the bed? It's after 9. Because I got distracted with coming up with a word. All right, I think we'll go with this. So if we come back to here, no, here. Um, name for somewhat. That is not true. Lemon. What? The settlement closest to the crash site and an initial hub for player activity. No. It will use to refer to the phenomenon of the thing in game, but the lore intentionally avoids defining what it is. It is a placeholder term for something that is fundamentally alien and mysterious, and the game is about uncovering its nature through discovery rather than being told directly. I'll go with that. Cool. Done. We have a name for the thing. We have an idea of what it is. Can exist as a is it actually a physical thing, or is it inhabits a physical thing but can also transfer through air and things. It exists as something that inhabits physical things, rocks, mobs, plants, items, and can be extracted, studied, and interacted with, but it is not defined as a specific substance or energy. It's something that manifests in various ways and has effects on the world, but its true nature is sure. Damn it, AI. All right. I think that helps. That helps a lot. Having thought through that. We have a name for it now to use everywhere. I'm not just saying the thing. So now if we go back to here, we can say affected by lemon. And the subland block will have the same thing because they may not all be affected by lemon. So, yeah, it's a big word. Well, I'll do this. No, I didn't name it that way up there. We'll leave it there. Okay. So it must include a nullable field or JSON extension point. No. A nullable field or JSON extension point for investigation trigger state. If there's nothing in phase 1, it exists so phase 5 can write in without a migration what that touches every row. No. That's not how investigation works. It doesn't understand that. Land blocks and subland blocks. Can be affected by lemon. I will, we'll just let that know as we go. It's fine. Can be affected by lemon, which then affects the items, mobs, players, materials, everything in that sub land block. We'll just say sub land blocks. If any, even if not flagged as affected, lemon still exists, just in limited form. The effect moves around the sub land blocks and land blocks in general around the world. Something like that. Now I want to save. All right, let's do this code. Can you update all the issues where it says the thing? Do I have a label called the thing? Tell me I don't have a. Nope, wrong button. I do. It's only a one thing though. And call it lemon instead. Also, and in GitHub and make sure I specify this. Also change the label from the thing to lemon. We'll do one thing at a time. I do want to plan it first just to make sure it's not going to jack it up. We'll see if it took my change, if it's going to pull them down. That would be the question I look at the plan is it going to pull these down and update them as they are out here, or is it going to take it out of the issues file? This is the grunt work that I don't want to do. No. Do not use the local JSON as they have been edited in GitHub. It'll see that in a second, hopefully. It did not get that. It used to take your queued messages a lot faster than it used to. Okay. So it's going to do what? Change the label. That's fine. Fetch each issue's title plus body with. Okay, so it's going to do this. Okay, so it is going to go out and get what's out there. So it was just using the JSON to get an idea, I guess. Where'd it go? Let me look at the scope, checking the issue JSON and a sample of current GitHub issue bodies, understand the full. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's going to pull the current ones, replace them, and issue edit on all of them. That's the old plan. Okay. Okay. Before I do that, this is my lack of trust in this. The other tweak that I made can live. This one, no, just in case. Just in case it does something stupid. All right, go. I do not want to figure all that stuff out again. Let's try that. Rendezvous and I'm through with you. It feels slow, but it's faster than you might think. It's faster than me doing it by hand. Okay. Proof is in the pudding. Refresh. Okay, it did not change this. That's good. Now let's go look at labels. Sort by name. There's lemon. There shouldn't be the thing anymore. Nope. Okay. So investigation of lemon system. And then if we go look at, let's say, the mob entity, lemon hook. Cool. Except for this. That's fine. That'll get changed anyway. Okay. Cool. Now I want to do the same thing in my local files. Let me get rid of these. So I don't want these to go into I threw those into here before. No. I put those somewhere else. Hang on. I put those in here. There. I just don't want those in GitHub. There. This will refresh when we run this next command. Now look through. Do I want to update all the other documentation? I think, except for maybe the GDD. I don't really want to change that. Where's. Or do we? Do we just change it? Where would I do that? Yeah, if it says the thing, change it to lemon. That's fine. This is what lemon is. Lemon is the name the game we use to refer to this phenomenon in game. We'll just take that bit out. And then it can change everything to the thing, from the thing to lemon, and we'll be good. All right. Now look through all the documentation in or locally that is in Git and update it from the thing to lemon as well. Plan. Go. Do it. Do my bidding, Claude. I will eventually get this thing tuned where I don't have to allow those type of commands. The ones that are just saying, I just want to grep this stuff. Okay, fine, grep it. I don't care. Okay, so we've named the thing. I didn't know we were going to do that this early, but I'm glad we did. Now we have an idea of what it is. We have more details about it. We are good. Hey, it caught our change. It's reading it to understand it now. Sure is a slow reader, although I would read it way slower. So now it has context of what it is, and we'll see if it's smart enough to, in the issues review MD file Mary Truffle. I love its random names it gives its temporary plan files. All right, so Mr. Mechanic's development placeholder name the thing is being replaced with its real in-game name Lemon throughout all Git track documentation. The GitHub issues and label are already updated. This plan covers the local files. Notes GD already mentions it. That sentence doesn't contain the thing or the thing and won't be touched. Okay. So it's going to do 14 occurrence in GDD, 5 in Claude MD, implementation to do architecture, ADR, and the README. Placement rules. The thing turns into lemon. The thing turns into lemon. Lowercase used to treat it as same proper noun. Lemon is never lowercase since it's a name. Yeah, I guess that's fair. This means quoted forms like the thing become lemon with updates retained, with quotes retained. If any quotes look awkward after the rename, that's an editorial follow-up. Okay. Go. This is all tracked by Git, so if I don't like what it did, I can revert some of it. All right, so now I know I can click it here, but I don't like this view. It's meh to me. I like the view in here. I already saw stuff change, like that changed. If I go here, then I can just do this, see side by side differences. What was it? Control E, Control W. There we go. Guess that's per file. Okay. Knowledge of lemon propagating chat. Yeah, that works. But the only spot? Yep. Architecture. Do, 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 do. Why didn't this one? Oh, yeah. Nugget. Unstage. It only does on one side, too? Jeez. Weird. That's weird. Okay. That feels not right. Yeah, we changed that already. So then down here, lemon. Okay. This one had a whole bunch of them in it. That we all just added. Those changed. Okay. That. Cool. And then our README. I changed that line. There's that line. So we both changed that line. And to do. All right. That looks good. So all that's updated now. We'll commit that in a second here. I got to branch it first. So affected by lemon, affected by lemon. I think we have our land blocks initially designed. I'm not saying they're done, but land blocks and terrain type entities. I think that is a good, well, terrain type is nowhere near enough identified. We could go back and look at this for stuff that I know we need to have in here. Well, not necessarily. Like we don't need the letter and the color, but we do need. There's so much stuff to define about it. I did actually already have Claude do this based off of the code, so I could definitely key into this a little bit because this was accurate. Actually, and it actually even wrote me code to insert the data for the different terrain types into the database with these columns. Obviously, we would do something different, but okay, we need to define that more. Per zone, per land block. Don't even care. Spawn multiplier type, flat, decreasing, increasing. I don't remember what that even means. That was just an enumeration. Oh, I see. I see. Never mind. That's just a constant table. That's fine. They're fairly decent that we could use in that. So let's just quickly get those in so we don't forget. So train. We're going to have name. Yes, we have to, okay. Yeah, so name, base chance of spawn. Excuse me. Max surrounding blocks. We'll do this a little more. Of same type. Multiplier when surrounding blocks. So many things that I did that I don't remember what it means. Multiplier when surrounding blocks. Well, I'll just put it in here. Multiplier. We'll just have to feed it some of that stuff when we have it generate the schema. When surrounding blocks of same type. I think that's really what it means. These ones don't matter for this. This was all proof of concept stuff. And then adjacent spawn multipliers. And then there we have new terrain type surrounding terrain type. I don't remember this at all. It's been so long since I built this. New terrain type. Oh, so this is the terrain type we're putting it up against. And then this is the one that we are adding. So that's what that is. So then this needs to be in our design. So we don't need the what it is because that's literally going to be part of this. But when we build the actual schema, it's going to have to put that foreign key in there, but it'll figure that out. New type to add new type of surrounding block to add, and then the base multiplier and multiplier type. So what were they? Flat, decreasing, increasing. This is kind of cheating because I've already figured some of this out, but this is definitely going to get refined because I'm going to give this stuff to Claude and it's going to be like, are you on crack? It's going to have no damn clue what I mean. But we will work through it. Okay, so that covers our terrain type then. All right, so that's fully defined now. Or at least to the point that I know about. There's going to be this algorithm is garbage. It works kind of, but it's not where I want it to be. So we'll be refining that a lot. Okay. All right, so we defined land blocks and subland blocks and terrain types. So, okay. Time is it? 9:45. Geez. At least the 4 a.m. stuff tomorrow is not on the books for tomorrow now. Let's see. Let me look at something really quick like. Hold, please. Where is the button I'm looking for? There it is. That's not the button I was looking for. That was Discord. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, progress. We did that. We got more to do. I can let's get these changes we made committed. So I don't lose them. But in our to do, we can check off these. Can't do that there. Okay, go away, please. Thank you. Those two, and then we need to add another one that we didn't have before. Terrain. How? You see that shit? Like, I didn't even finish typing the word terrain. I have Terra in there. And it knows exactly what I need. It's so damn scary. And now it thinks, oh, you've already done this. It's looking at my Git repo now. It has to be. Has to be looking at my issues. I am logged into it, aren't I? Yeah, I am. It's scary. Oh my God. Well, actually, I can't. Let me take that back. Well, no, we're not doing the actual creation. Let's do this. This would be where I actually create the database stuff. These last two are the things. This is actually describing it, and then we'll generate our stuff afterwards. So, although on the other hand, until I actually generate this, I don't really want to mark this off because these are still going to change. So let's not do that. Let's not mark those off. We'll add the terrain type, but let's not mark them off yet. So I'd like to get to generate the database schema before we say they're done. Okay, so then now not that guy. I come here and just say, do it for me. I could go do this manually, but it knows what I want them to look like. It will read everything that's changed. It will summarize it. It will make a nice, tidy little list and PR description. Much more detail than I would ever put into it. Oh, I need to. Oh, hang on. I shouldn't do this. Oh, never mind. It knew. And it's, you're on main with uncommitted changes. I need to branch first. It figured it out for me. And it's done. What branch did it make? It made docs. Oh, that's not a good branch name, but whatever. It's going to get deleted anyway. I don't care. So now we can look at our PR that it created for me from this branch name. That's fine. Places every occurrence of that, renames the GitHub the thing, what changed, all those, why. Is that really all that I really changed? I thought there were a couple other tweaks. It's not very important that they all get in there. This is not a very big deal for let's just look at it here. So that's all of that. That's the thing changed. The thing changed. I added stuff about it, but it's about the thing. And I added that, but again, not a big, yeah, it's fine. That's a good enough description for me. When I actually start putting code in, that'll be a whole other ball of wax. But you see, it made all this nice thing for me in Markdown and everything. I wouldn't have done it. I would have been renamed the thing lemon and added a terrain type entity. Commit or merge. This shouldn't be doing any actions. I do want to look at that. It didn't do any actions, I don't think, because this is all documentation changes, and it should be smart enough to know that it's all documentation changes. The way I set up the actions. Yeah. So it should not be doing any checks at this point. Yeah, there would have been actions happening here, but there's not. So, and that pull request is now closed. Yeah, it didn't do any actions. It would have had a little green check mark next to it. No tasks. Cool. Save some action credits. All right. Alrighty, well, I don't know that there's anybody on the raid at this point on a Tuesday night. I didn't see anybody. Let me double check again. Just looking. I don't want to just drop you guys into some random person I haven't ever seen before, because I've had mixed experience with that. Good and bad. So, yep. We'll just call it there. Thank you all for watching. If you haven't already dropped a follow, please do. We'll be doing more of this. Play games occasionally too, but I'm trying to do a little bit more of this because I'm enjoying it, and I haven't enjoyed coding in a very long time. It's been just a slog with work, and now this is actually interesting. So cool. Alrighty. Well, have a good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, and we will see you later. Bye for now.